for Arkansas Travelers Baseball on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Arkansas Travelers Baseball is brought to you by Miller Lite, ITT Technical Institute, Coca-Cola, Sonic Drive-In, BC Powder, and by Allstate Insurance. And now for the ITT Technical Institute pregame show. Let's go to the ballpark.
Live from Little Rock, the Arkansas Travelers are on the air. Hello again, everybody. This is Phil Elson. A very pleasant good evening to you. Welcome to Raywinder Field, where tonight, Minor League Baseball and the Texas League present the Arkansas Travelers and the San Antonio Missions. A doubleheader Saturday here at the old ballpark. Welcome up to the Gym Box on the ticket, Total Sports 1380, and the Travs website, Travs.com, for the ITT Technical Institute pregame show. Well, the Travs going to be looking for their third win in a row. A couple of pretty impressive wins. The 7-0 shutout victory 2 nights ago, and followed up by another win yesterday, 7-1 against the San Antonio Missions. The Travs fell behind 1-0 in the top of the 6th inning, but then Arkansas rallying in the 6th inning, taking advantage of 2 San Antonio errors to score 4 runs against losing pitcher Chris Boglovsky. The Travs put the game away in the 8th, scoring 3 runs. Mike Elward led the attack with a double off the right field fence in the 6th and an RBI single in the 8th. All told, Elward finished 2 for 3 with 3 runs batted in. Part of the story, however, was Yoshi Mizuo. In his first start with the Travs, the 36-year-old native of Japan went 5 2/3 innings of scoreless ball, allowing just 4 base hits and 3 strikeouts before turning the game over to Scott Schneider. And while Schneider did give up the only run to the San Antonio team, he still recovered to pitch well, setting down the last 4 batters in the 6th and the 7th innings. And the Travs go on to beat San Antonio the last 2 games by a combined score of 14-1. Tonight, the Travs are going to be looking for perhaps a sweep. We'll, of course, take it 1 game at a time. And it's going to be an exciting doubleheader at Raywinder Field tonight as the Travs have Nick Roberts going in Game 1. But in Game 2, we'll see the Double-A debut of the 2002 Angels first-round pick Joe Saunders. Saunders, who was selected 12th overall by the Angels in the 2002 draft out of Virginia Tech, was just called up from Single-A Rancho Cucamonga, where he'd gone 9-7 with a 3.41 ERA. Meanwhile, Roberts in Game 1 is looking to rebound off of a couple of disappointing starts in which he's given up a total of 11 runs in 12 1/3 innings, losing 5-4 to Frisco and 16-1 to the Round Rock Express. However, Roberts has pitched well against the Missions in his lone start against the Missions this year on July 3rd. He held them to 3 runs, 2 of them earned on 8 hits in 7 innings in a 4-3 Traveler win. If you're wondering if we're getting this doubleheader in, if you're coming in from any part of the state, then there has been rain across the state. Yes, we did have some rain at Raywinder, but the field was covered in time, and there's not going to be any trouble. We're going to be playing 2 games at Raywinder Field tonight, and the first pitch coming up at 6:30, and looks like we're going to hit the first pitch right on time. Thanks for tuning in to the ITT Tech pregame show, and a reminder, fans, that ITT Tech is committed to helping students develop the skills and knowledge where you can pursue opportunities in technological fields such as computer electronics and design. Get a hold of ITT Tech in Little Rock at area code 501-565-5550, or just go online to itt-tech.edu. We'll be talking with new Traveler designated hitter Derek Gibson after this break on the ticket, Total Sports 1380.
My company is currently going through a transition, and I'm part of that transition. I needed new technology, new ideas for a changing market.
Norman Poteet earned a Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Electronics Engineering Technology in 2002 and a Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Automated Manufacturing Technology in 2003 from the ITT Tech in Indianapolis, Indiana.
My education at ITT Tech was the right decision for me.
To find out more about ITT Technical Institute, call 1-800-ITT-TECH or visit us on the web at itt-tech.edu. ITT Technical Institute, education for the future.
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I take a sip, I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, stay with me. What's your name?
Robert.
Okay, Robert, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight down to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite. Open one, take a sip, and everything should be right back to normal.
Okay.
Don't worry, Robert. It's going to be all right.
Next time, try to like beer that actually tastes like beer.
Great tasting, less filling, Miller Lite. Miller, good call. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Ed and I sell soft drinks at ball games, and he first told me about BC Powder.
We carry big trays of drinks up and down the stadium staff. Man, it's a killer.
And with a backache, that tray feels heavier and heavier.
And the stairs are tough on your knees.
One night I was dragging, and the game wasn't half over.
I told Brian he needs a BC to stop the pain fast, because it goes to work quick.
BC stopped the pain, got me right back to work.
BC goes down easy with a soft.
Stand by. Ready, set, go.
Welcome back to the ITT Technical Institute pregame show here on a doubleheader Saturday at Ray Winder Field. We got a chance to talk with one of the newest members of the Travs. He's been with the team for a couple of weeks, designated hitter and outfielder Derek Gibson. Derek, thank you for your time. First thing I want to ask about, a couple days ago, you helped spark the offense in a 7-0 win over San Antonio, 3 base hits, including a first-inning home run. And I noticed that Rich Dorman, the starting pitcher of San Antonio, falling behind 2-0. I think the pitch you hit was a fastball. Was that a pitch you were sitting on?
Yeah, I try not to get beat by a fastball 2-0 because I was always taught, look for fastball 2-0 if it's in your zone, swing. So, of course, right there I was looking fastball and he threw it and I just hit it. But I was good that I did, early as I did, because sometimes I get in the taking mode where I just take a strike regardless. But I felt pretty good at the plate, so I was looking for that pitch.
And then a couple other times after that, when you came up against Dorman, he was also behind 2-0. That was when you singled Kai Osborne from second base. But I noticed that, but the pitch he threw you then was a curveball. But were you still looking for fastball and just adjusted to it?
Yeah, I was looking for a fastball again. I wasn't looking fastball in. I was looking fastball away. So that helped me stay back for when he threw me the curveball. And usually I don't see too many hanging curveballs, so usually when I see a hanging curveball, I'm swinging no matter what. Even if I miss it or whatever, I'm still taking my chance on hitting that hanging because I never get to see those that much. Usually they're trying to bounce them in the dirt.
Well, during the at-bat, are you usually looking for a fastball no matter what count it is, or is it specific counts? And I guess to extend that question a little more, are you a guess hitter or are you an adjusting hitter?
A lot of times I adjust, but here in AA, guys, they double up on their pitches a lot, and sometimes I will sit on a certain pitch if he keeps throwing it to me. But usually I try to take a lot of pitches my first at-bat or maybe my second at-bat to kind of see how they're going to throw me. So once I kind of figure out if they're going to throw me a lot of breaking balls or a lot of fastballs, that kind of dictates on how my approach is, towards each at-bat, because if a guy's throwing a lot of breaking balls, of course I might as well go ahead and look for a breaking ball. I'm not going to see a fastball, but when I'm in good hitting counts, that's usually when I would look for a pitch. But if I'm not in a hitting count, I'm just trying to see the ball, hit the ball, basically. But if I'm like 2-1, 3-1, I'm definitely looking fastball. Or if a guy likes to throw his changeup a lot, I'll look for his changeup in the fastball count.
Hey, Derek, so you seem like a thinking man's hitter. You certainly know your strengths and what you like to look for. And I took a look at that. Your numbers up at AAA Salt Lake. You'd started the season with the Angels. Your numbers were pretty good, hitting in the 290s. I'm not sure if the power was where you were hoping it was. But there was a 2-week period before you would come here to Arkansas that I don't know if you had been playing. I know that there was a couple of weeks that I think the Angels had released you. And then when they called you back up again and asked if you would sign up and go to AA, what was your mindset at that point? Did it take any prodding?
Well, for them calling me back was a plus because, I guess they know I can play, but it's just the moves that they had to make. So I wasn't really concerned about that, because I can find a job in the Atlantic League easy. But I'm pretty sure that when I was sitting at home, I was just kind of frustrated a little bit. I know I was doing pretty good there, and, I hadn't hit a whole lot of home runs, but still, my numbers were pretty good, and I thought I was doing a pretty good job by helping the team win, throwing out a few guys and just kind of contributing to, whatever cause we have. Like, for losing, we was losing a lot, but I thought I still played well enough that, I shouldn't have got released. But, that's how the ball bounces sometimes. So that 2 weeks off kind of helped me kind of get myself focused, on things that I need to do as far as finding a job next year. So I just think now that I'm here, I just got to turn it up a notch and kind of put together a good season, so hopefully I can find a job next year.
Now, Derek, you say that you had helped out in Salt Lake by throwing out a few guys, and I've noticed that during batting practice, the first place you go to when you're shagging balls is in center field. You've mostly been a designated hitter with the Travelers. You've had a few starts in the outfield. Do you play center field much?
Well, I have played center field a lot, especially towards the end of my career with the Rockies. I started playing center field a lot. I like playing center because it's easier to read the ball. There's more ground to cover, and me, I got long strides, so I don't mind the run at all. But, plus center field, it helps you work on a lot of things out there. You can work on playing the guy in and playing the ball over your head. As far as playing left field or right field, you only have so far to run. In center field, you got a lot of ground to cover, so I think that helped me a lot when I go to center field. I can read the ball better and kind of get the feel for how the ball is carried at a park instead of like going to left or right, because the ball is always slicing, and unless it's a righty hitting it to the left field or lefty hitting it to right field. So it pretty much stays straight that way. But center field, you kind of get a good idea on how the ball's carrying at each part.
And definitely, like you said, you need to be able to run to play in center. You've got those long strides. But I think the first time somebody might lay eyes on you, they see, well, you're a big guy, about 6'4", 240 pounds. They might think you can't run that much. But let me tell you something. Derek was one of the only 30-30 guys in the minors over the last 15 years. It happened back in 1995. And this is a guy who also was recruited to play linebacker at Auburn University, and you're going to have to run if you're going to be a linebacker. Of course, you spurned that offer to go to college with Auburn in order to sign with the Rockies. But then a couple of years ago, I'd seen that you'd signed a contract to play for the Cleveland Browns. What happened with that?
Well, I think it was more experience. If I would have went to college and, had some experience, I probably would have made the team. But I was kind of way behind, I think, because a lot of guys coming out of college, they pretty much ran into similar plays, so they kind of knew what to expect and know where to go on a lot of plays. And as far as me, all that stuff was new to me, because in high school I played linebacker and I played middle linebacker, and they had me playing outside linebacker, so I had to learn a whole different position. First they had me as weak side, and then they moved to the strong side, so I went from starting to learn the weak side to learning the strong side, and it was just a big, how would I say it, I don't know, but it was kind of tough for me, because I always played middle, and I was always taught to turn the play inside, because there's a lot of people inside there. And as far as the NFL, they taught to turn the play to the outside, so the running back runs towards the sideline and not up the field. It's easy for him to break it if he goes up the middle, because the only thing they have left is DBs. So it was a big adjustment for me. But I also had fun while I was there. I got to see some of the guys I haven't seen since I was in high school that was playing with the Browns, like Kennard Lane. And he was like, man, where have you been? I know you went to play baseball, but I haven't seen you in a long time. It's good to see you. And, it was just a good time there. I really had fun.
Why the decision to try your hand at a professional football career?
Well, I always wanted to do it since the first day I signed to play baseball, but the opportunity never presented itself. And when I was playing with the Rockies, like towards my last years on the roster, they was calling me, wanted me to come to the trial. And I told them I can't do it right now because I'm on my last years on the roster, so it's either keep me in the big leagues or trade me or something, So I put them on hold, and then the next year I was signed with the Marlins, and then they called me again, and then I didn't really feel comfortable with the situation I was in the Marlins. I hit the eighth the whole year there in AAA, and I didn't feel like I should be hitting eighth. But, unfortunately, they have guys, prospects and stuff that have to play, before me, so I kind of understood that, and I just took a chance, seeking out making the team, special teams, anything, just something different. So now I can say I did go try, even though I don't think I'm going back, but, I did try.
Well, Derek, thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to seeing you out here with the Tribes the rest of the season.
Thank you.
We'll be right back after this with the starting lineups for Game 1 on the ticket, Total Sports 1380.
Up the green flag again. Hey, stop throwing cereal boxes at me. Whatever, stop trapped in my car. Walter. Looks like you're buying me that Coke.
NASCAR fans have a one-track mind.
Jason Coke says I beat you to register.
Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coke, real. Junior Banana Split. Sonic's got it, others don't. Introducing the new Junior Banana Split from Sonic. It's half the size, but with all the taste. Made with fresh bananas, then smothered with rich chocolate, savory strawberry, and tangy pineapple. And of course, a cherry to top it off. All for just 99 cents. So come in anytime for the new 99-cent Junior Banana Split at participating Sonic drive-ins. And to satisfy your late-night cravings, Sonic is open until at least midnight all summer long. Synonymous. Words alike in significance and meaning, like summer and baseball. Baseball and Ray Winter Field. Ray Winter Field and hot dogs. Hot dogs and Coca-Cola. Yes, Coke is joining the Travs All-Star lineup this summer right alongside the future Anaheim Angels wearing the Travelers uniform. Enjoy the best value in family entertainment in Central Arkansas. Ray Winter Field, the Arkansas Travelers.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back to Ray Winter Field here on an overcast night in Central Arkansas. The Travelers and the San Antonio Missions just about ready for Game 1 of a doubleheader. Take a look at the starting lineups for tonight's Game 1. We begin with the San Antonio Missions, the AA affiliate of the Seattle Mariners. Come in at 16 and 14 in the second half, currently tied for first place. Along with the Round Rock Express, the Missions post an overall record of 46 and 54. Leading off is Dustin DeLucchi. He'll be in left field with Hunter Brown batting second, Brown at third base. Shin-Soo Choo hits third. He'll be in right. Batting cleanup tonight is Michael Morse, the shortstop. T.J. Bond hits fifth. He'll be the center fielder with Jamie Bubella batting in the sixth hole as the designated hitter. Luis Oliveros batting seventh is the catcher. Batting eighth, second baseman Rob Gandolfo, and Eddie Menchaca bats ninth. Menchaca, the first baseman for the Missions. Here's the lineup for the Travs. First, the record of 10 wins against 19 losses. Last place in the Texas League East Division, 8 games in back of first place Tulsa. And the Travs' overall record is 43 and 55. Exact same lineup 1 through 9 from the last 4 games. And before we give you that starting lineup, respectfully, we'll turn up the crowd microphone and get you a listen into the playing of the Star Spangled Banner here at Ray Winter Field. Okay, we can get back to the starting lineup for the Arkansas Travelers. We'll never talk through the national anthem out here on our broadcast. The lineup for the Travs, as I mentioned, 1 through 9, the exact same as the first 2 games of this series, and no reason to change after winning the first 2 games, combined score of 14-1. Rudy Gomez leads off at third base with Alberto Callaspo batting second at shortstop. Nick Gorneau hits third and plays left field with Derek Gibson pregame show guest, the designated hitter and the number 4 batter. Batting 5th for the Traveler, the starting catcher, Jeff Mathis. Trav's right fielder, Christian Guerrero, bats 6th, with Victor Gutierrez hitting 7th at second base. Batting 8th is first baseman Mike Elward, and batting 9th, the center fielder, Tommy Murphy. A look at the starting pitchers for Game 1 of the Double Dip. The Missions have right-hander Juan Done taking the mound, a 6'2", 220-pound right-hander from Miami, Florida. It'll be his 20th appearance of the season, all in the starting rotation. 8 wins, 7 losses, a .525 earned run average. The Travs have seen Done a couple of times this year and have had success against him, although he has defeated them once. Donye's ERA against the Travelers, 8.71, and Arkansas bats .348 against the righty. Donye comes with a fastball mostly in the mid-80s, up to about 88. He'll be throwing a lot of sinker balls. Also has a lot of trouble with command of his pitches, whether it's the fastball, curveball, slider, or changeup. Donye has walked 53 batters in 106 1/3 innings. He works fairly slowly and sometimes seems to be a little bit uncomfortable on the pitcher's mound. The Travelers tonight have right-hander Nick Roberts starting in Game 1. It'll be his 7th appearance, 6th in the starting rotation, 1 win, 2 losses, and a .433 earned run average. A full complement of pitches from Roberts. Fastball in the high 80s, mostly works about 86, 87, touches 88 miles per hour. Also, he'll throw a changeup and a curveball. And the big thing for Nick Roberts is the ability to hit the corners, whether it's inside or outside, whether right-handed or left-handed. Roberts is one of the pitchers that really cannot live right down the middle of the strike zone, and it's one of his strengths. He does possess very good command. Roberts only 2 walks in 35 1/3 innings since joining the ball club, and so the Travs will be relying on his control tonight in Game 1 against San Antonio. The lineups right now are being exchanged at home plate. The Travs coaching staff has sent up catcher Brent Del Chiaro to bring that lineup card. Del probably will be starting Game 2 behind the dish. Meanwhile, the Missions, who they sent up here? That looks like last night's starting pitcher, Chris Boglovsky, the tall right-hander out of Edison, New Jersey. Pitched fairly well, and you had to feel for Boglovsky, whether you're a Travs fan or not. He dealt 6 strong innings yesterday, but his left side of the infield made 2 errors in that decisive 6th inning, and he allowed 4 unearned runs and suffered the loss. And then he gets the honor, I guess you'd say, of taking out the starting lineup for Game 1 to the umpiring crew. Third base umpire today is Joe Stegner, Paul Chandler, the crew chief at first base, and Todd Waters behind the dish for Game 1. Travs about to take the field. We've got one more break to kick back to the studio. When we return, the first pitch of many pitches tonight at Raywinder Field. Doubleheader action, and the first inning comes up after this on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Also specializing in fire quality, table linen, oil mat, and restaurant services. Call 664-6575 for Ameriprise, the official bottle supplier of the Arkansas Traveler. He joined the Air Force in 1964 and served in Vietnam. He commanded forces in the far corners of the globe. Rising through the ranks, he served as a 3-star general at the Pentagon. You'd think 30 years of distinguished service would be plenty. But if you're Norman P. Reason, Lieutenant General, retired United States Air Force, that's just the beginning. Today, he's pursuing a new career as Walmart's Vice President of National Government Relations. Norm's journey took him near and far, through Asia, Scandinavia, Europe, the Middle East, I'm Bob Cowser, member of the board at Webster University. All Webster campuses around the world share the same belief. Education is more than just a degree. It's real knowledge. The real world success.
Stand by. Ready. Set. Go.
Welcome back to Raywinder Field. We've just had I don't know how many people have done this before, throwing out the ceremonial first pitch. But tonight's sponsor for the bat giveaway to the first 1,000 paid kids, and of course it's wooden baseball bats. And in this state, when you're thinking wood, you're thinking Weyerhaeuser. And Weyerhaeuser sending one of their representatives out to throw the first pitch, the ceremonial first pitch, of course, and he threw a knuckleball which danced around and actually came down towards the knees of an average-sized batter. Someone get that man a contract. There's a shortage of knuckleball pitchers in the minor leagues and in the major leagues, of course. Nobody really teaches the knuckleball anymore. Sort of an old man's pitch. Looked like he was about 34, 35, so he's got some years left. Get him out there. Sign a contract. Let's see the knuckleball at Ray Winder Field. Well, Nick Roberts doesn't throw any knuckleballs. He's mostly fastball, curveball, changeup. Nick has given the Traps 35 1/3 very strong innings in his short time with this AA ball club. 6 games. He's been on the mound as a starter in 5 of them. Lost his last 2 starts to Frisco and to Round Rock, giving up a total of 11 runs on 17 hits in 12 1/3 innings. And allowing base hits, I think, is part of Nick's game. He's got to be able to get some ground balls, get some double plays, and he just really never walks many batters. So he's not the kind of pitcher who's going to defeat himself, but he will give up his share of base hits. Stepping in, Dustin DeLucchi, the leadoff batter for San Antonio, and we're set for action. A long night of baseball at Ray Winder Field. First pitch outside for a ball, and we've got that first pitch at 6:36 in the p.m. out here at Ray Winder Field. Game time temperature in central Arkansas is 82 degrees. DeLucchi, a left-handed batter who's 2 for 8 in the series. Both hits came yesterday. Roberts from the windup. Right-hander's pitch on the outside corner on a fastball. 1-1. Rudy Gomez, the Trap third baseman, guarding against a possible bunt off the line by about 6 feet. 2 steps on the infield grass. Elwood at first base also in the same position. 1-1 to DeLucchi. He swings and pops it up behind the plate. Jeff Mathis tosses away the mask, streaks over towards the fence, and he runs out of room. The ball hits the chicken wire about 6 or 7 feet away from Mathis, and that'll be strike 2. DeLucchi started the game yesterday in a quizzical note, a double to left field, and that seemed to think that, well, the Missions might be back offensively after some struggles in recent times, but DeLucchi was stranded at second base, and that seemed to set the tone offensively for the Missions. The 1-2 pitch, and it's a changeup low. DeLucchi takes it 2-2. DeLucchi later managed a single in the 8th inning as the Missions attempted to come from behind, but he stole second base and then was doubled off on a spectacular double play turn by Alberto Cayospo on a line drive. 2-2 pitch, and he'll take down and away, ball 3. So Roberts has a full count to start the game against DeLucchi, a .292 hitter, 3 homers, 26 runs batted in. DeLucchi also a high on-base percentage, up to .385. He's walked 49 times. Roberts only 2 walks in 35 1/3 innings. Here's his payoff. Swinging a liner up the middle for a base hit. And so DeLucchi with a clean single up the middle, a fastball that Roberts tried the outside corner. For DeLucchi, his 3rd hit of the series and 3rd hit in his last 5 at-bats. That brings Hunter Brown to the plate, right-handed hitting third baseman. While Brown was the only Mission player to make it on base twice 2 nights ago against Willie Collazo on the 7-0 4-hit shutout. Last night, Brown was 0 for 4, striking out once. And in 2 at-bats with runners in scoring position, he was unable to even advance the runners. .285 hitter, Brown with 7 homers, 32 runs batted in. Middle infield looking for 2, and Gomez close to the bag at third base. DeLucchi running a swing and a miss. Mathis throws to second and pegs DeLucchi. He's out. Mathis couldn't have made that throw any more perfect than he did. Literally right on second base, allowing Alberto Cayospo to drop the tag on DeLucchi. 12th time he's been caught stealing this season. A nice way to start the game for Jeff Mathis. And so Roberts, who got Brown to swing and miss at that pitch, has an 0-1 count, and the next pitch comes and goes inside 1-1. Roberts, 6'2", 185 pounds. A lean right-hander out of Annabella, Utah. Played his college ball at Southern Utah State. 28 years old. 1-1 pitch. Curve outside. Brown started the swing, but he held back, and the count is 2-1. Roberts getting comfortable here in Little Rock after joining the team in sort of shotgun style at the end of June after his contract is purchased from the independent Northern League Fargo Moorhead Redhawks. He gets Brown to pop up to the left side of the pitcher's mound. Rudy Gomez is called off by the shortstop Alberto Cayaspo, and Cayaspo makes the catch. 2 outs. Good to see Cayaspo taking charge on that play. He and Gomez have had some trouble communicating on pop-ups, but more they've had trouble on pop-ups down the left field line and closer to the bullpens than on the infield. Well, the last time Roberts started against San Antonio, I distinctly remember a pop-up that went straight ahead towards the pitcher's mound, and 4 infielders converged and nobody called it, and it fell in. And that runner made it on base and then scored. Here's Shin-Soo Choo with a line drive on the first pitch to center field for a base hit. Bit of a sinking line drive as Choo has one of those uppercut swings that produces screaming liners, just like the line drive he hit last night in the 8th inning. With the Missions trying to get back into the game, and Cayaspo made a leaping, lunging grab of that ball and doubled DeLucchi off of second base, and that really took the wind out of the sails of the Missions. Travs went on to score 3 runs in the bottom half after that inning. 2 outs. Runner at first is Shin-Soo Choo, and Michael Morse steps up, the big right-handed shortstop. With his 2-tone bat, takes a fastball on the outside corner. Strike 1. Morse has scored the only run this series for San Antonio. After Yoshi Mizuo was lifted with 2 outs in the 6th inning yesterday, Morse greeted Scott Schneider with a single up the middle and was plated on a triple by T.J. Bond. Bond currently on deck. Roberts ready, and the pitch is inside. 1 ball, 1 strike to Morse. Morse also hit a ball to the track in center field in his first plate appearance yesterday. Tommy Murphy went all the way back to the warning track and brought it in. Morse has hit 1 home run in 20 games with San Antonio. It's .295. Choo, a short lead at first base. The pitch jams Morse. He fouls it back, and the count runs to 1-2. Roberts working inside, outside against Michael Morse. We've seen him do that virtually against every team he's pitched against. When you're thinking about Nick Roberts, I believe the one word that you could use to describe him would be control. When he's on the mound, his game is control. He seems to control his own emotions, and he also controls the tempo of the ball game. 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. A high fastball, 2-2. And you like to have a pitcher like that on the mound. He does not work very slowly. His fielders are always ready behind him. They don't make many errors behind him. Only 1 unearned run. And he's allowed in 35 2/3 innings. He seems to be a quiet leader when he's pitching. Pitch outside. Mathis tries to pick Choo off at first base. Almost threw it away. Elwood had to scoop it off the foul portion of the grass. And now the count full on Morse. Second full count that Roberts has gone to here in the first inning. Still trying to find his landing spot on the pitcher's mound, sliding around some dirt. As it did rain earlier today at Raywinder Field, the pitcher's mound in the home plate area, they were covered pretty quickly. It's always the first part of the field to get covered. Choo will run. The 3-2 pitch is grounded back to the mound. Roberts plays it cleanly, and he takes his time to toss to first. Will end San Antonio's top half of the first inning. Mission's got a couple of base hits, but DeLucchi caught stealing, and Choo stranded at first. Bottom of the first coming up in Little Rock. Game 1 of the doubleheader moves to the bottom half of the first. No score on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
You can help reduce these numbers by registering at 866-266-5433 or visit the Aurora website at www.aurora.org to learn more. Become an organization. Here's the voice on the well-known and comparing playing the World Series, and as usual, Yogi was picking up the speed for Pat based on the one hand and distracted the walking batter on the other. As Aaron moved to the plate, Yogi tried to distract him by saying, if you're holding the bat wrong, you're supposed to hold it with the right one. Aaron didn't make it.
After wrapping the second I marked it after the first one. Stand by.
Ready, set, go.
Bottom half of the first inning about to kick off here at Raywinder Field with the San Antonio Missions going scoreless in the top half, and the Travs coming up in the bottom half against right-hander Juan Done. Done is 6'2", 220-pound right-hander out of Miami, Florida. Comes in with 8 wins and 7 losses in 19 starts. He's only had 4 no decisions this year, including his last outing against the Frisco Rough Riders. His ERA is up to 5.25, and it's been in the 5s most of the season. And he'll face Rudy Gomez to start the game for him. First pitch to Rudy hits the inside corner for a strike. Gomez, Callaspo, and Gorneau make up the top third of the order. Gibson, Mathis, and Guerrero 4 through 6. Bottom third is Gutierrez, Elwood, and Murphy. Gomez takes down and in for a ball, 1-1. Exact same lineup, 1 through 9, as yesterday and the day before. Third baseman Brown playing in. Gomez take a curve down and outside from Done, 2-1. Gomez back in that leadoff spot for the 4th consecutive game. Starting to look pretty comfortable there. Showing bunt. He bunts it foul, and the count is 2-2. Trying to surprise Brown, but third baseman was playing in and ready for a bunt. Would have had to be a perfect bunt for Gomez to make it on base. The last 2 games of this series, Gomez is 4 for 8 with a couple of walks. He scored a run, knocked one in, and he'll take high and tight from Done, and it hit him. Got him on his wrist. And so Gomez does what every good leadoff hitter looks to do, get on base any possible way. Done, the big thing for him, and when we were talking about Nick Roberts, you used the word control. Juan Done does not possess all the control in the world. He does walk 53 batters this season, which is second in the Texas League, only 2 walks behind Travs left-handed starter Tim Bittner. And the hit batter, Gomez, down to first base. It's the 11th batter Donye's hit this season. Callaspo swings at the first pitch, and Alberto hits a high drive deep to right field, and it's going to get out of here. A home run for Alberto Callaspo. Strike first in the first inning for the second time this series, and Callaspo hits his 4th jack of the season, a 2-run shot. Nice way to start the double dip. Done hitting Gomez, and then Callaspo going after the very first pitch for a jack to right center. So Nick Gorneau comes up to the plate against Done. And the first pitch down and in for a ball. Done looked a little frustrated after he got the ball back from the outfield. And he fired it on the ground towards his dugout at the third base side. And it's just been a frustrating year for Done overall. When you have an ERA at 5.25 and you pitch your home games in the best pitcher's park in the league, that really says frustration. Gorneau takes inside 2-0. The home run Done allows his 13th of the season. He'd allowed 3 homers 2 starts ago in a game against Round Rock on the 14th of July. Gorneau takes a strike on a changeup, 2-1. Alberto Callaspo continues to pound the ball. He's now hit in 10 of the last 11 games. His average up to .310 during that stretch. RBIs 4 and 5. Gorneau takes a curve outside, 3-1. Nick hitting .281, 12 homers. 56 runs batted in, but in an 0 for 12 slump over the last 3 games. 2 strikeouts as well. Done with a 3-1 count, and his pitch is low, and he's walked him. First 3 batters have made it on base. 2 have already scored. So the walk for Done, his 54th of the season against 60 strikeouts. A .279 batting average against. He now has allowed 115 base hits and 106 in the third innings. And he is already reeling. Derek Gibson stepping in. Our pregame show guest talked about his strategy of hitting in the interview today. He'll take a fastball inside 1-0. Gibson, a batter who does understand the importance of working the count and looking for a specific pitch. He is a thinking man's hitter. Derek, right-handed, hit a 2-run homer in the first inning of Game 1 of this series. The pitch, Donier misses high, and it's 2-0. Gibson was the Travs offensive star on Thursday night, going 3 for 4 with 3 runs batted in. Last night, Gibson was 1 for 4 with a double and a run scored. Gorneau at first, a good lead. 2-ball pitch, and Gibson shoots it deep to left field. You can kiss it goodbye. Lightning strikes twice in the first inning, and the Travs get ahead 4-0. Donier fell right into Gibson's trap. A 2-ball count. He's looking for a fastball. He put it down the middle, and Gibby ripped it. 4th home run, and RBIs 13 and 14, and it's still nobody out in the bottom of the first. Jeff Mathis stepping in, swings and ropes one foul into the third base seats. One of our ushers, Preston, was talking on a cell phone over by the bleachers, and he had to jump out of the way, and that ball almost killed him. Mathis with a sharp line drive. He was sitting fastball as well. He'll step back to the plate with an 0-1 count. Donier allowing 2 home runs, and he's faced 4 batters. Mathis swings, a ball bounced over the mound towards shortstop. Morse, the shortstop, coming in, and he throws off balance and gets the out at first. So Mathis the first out of the inning for Donier, and it took him 5 batters and 4 runs. By the way, Gibson's home run was a line drive that went deep to left center. It hit the top of the Coast Guard sign, which I'd imagine that ball probably went about 420 feet. Not a moonshot. It wasn't all that high. Just a rising line drive. Christian Guerrero at the plate. He takes high for a ball. The lights have been turned on as the skies have darkened a little bit, mostly because of the cloud cover right overhead. A couple umbrellas were put up as the Travs started this inning, but now they've been put away. Guerrero leans over the plate, pops up the 1-ball pitch to the first baseman, and Menchaca puts it away for out number 2. Fielders behind Donier, and it looks like he's going to need them today. Dustin DeLucchi in left. T.J. Bond, an outstanding outfielder in center. Shin-Soo Choo, also a very good outfielder in right. Hunter Brown at third base. Michael Morse at short. Rob Gandolfo, the second baseman. And Eddie Menchaca plays once again at first, out of position with John Lindsay on the disabled list. Victor Gutierrez has to back off the plate as Donier comes inside on a brushback pitch. Donier has already hit 1 batter this inning, walked another, allowed 2 homers. He set down the last 2 batters. Gutierrez will take a slow curve on the outside edge. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gutierrez hitting well this series, 3 for 6 with 2 doubles. His average up to 265. Donier's 1-1, a fastball at the knee, strike 2. Gutierrez 1 for 3 yesterday with a double and a run batted in. He knocked in the winning run in the 6th inning with a single up the middle. 1-2 pitch. He waits on a curve, fouls it into the first base seats. 4-0 lead. Arkansas scoring 4 times in the bottom of the first off Juan Done. Looking to take 3 games in a row and start this doubleheader off right. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a pop-up behind the plate. Oliveros gives chase, but he runs out of room, and the ball is on top of the roof and rolls back down on the chicken wire. Still 1-2 to Victor. Gutierrez getting another start at second base, and he has improved his defense at second. Plus, he's been hitting well enough to garner a start every day. Here's the 1-2, and Gutierrez takes ball 2 outside. Donier tried a fastball. Donier sort of hopping off the mound, trying to get a little extra oomph on the heater, and trying to get himself out of a rocky opening inning. 2-2 pitch. swinging a shot to first base, takes a hop over Menchaca and bounces into right field. And Victor Gutierrez collects the Travs' third base hit of the inning. And the first one that doesn't end up on the other side of the fence. Victor hit the ball pretty well. Took a hop off the lip of the grass between the infield grass and the dirt. Went right over Menchaca's head. So Gutierrez with his fourth hit of the series. And Mike Elward, last night's offensive star, steps up. Elward knocking in 3 runs yesterday with a double off the right field fence and a single up the middle. Gutierrez is chased back to first by Donier. And he got back in safely. Elward had been slumping until this series. He'd been hitless in 11 straight at-bats. The 2 hits yesterday ending that slump. Another throw by Donier to first base. He's just a little bit off. Gutierrez was able to get underneath the tag on a high throw. Elward's average up to .268, 5 homers, and 48 runs batted in. He's had very much success against the San Antonio Missions. Donier's first pitch to Mike is down Broadway for a strike on a fastball. Elward in 14 games against San Antonio hits .417 with 15 runs batted in. That's better than a third of his RBIs have come against this ball club. 0-1 count. Donier deals a slow pitch. It's fouled back over the press box. Strike 2. Donier with a hanging breaking ball, but he did have Elward a little bit in front of it. No balls, 2 strikes to Elward. This is the 8th batter that Donier faces in the first inning. Travs really jumping out early today and 2 nights ago. Another throw to first base, just a little show-me toss. Gutierrez back there standing up. Remember, this is a ball club in the Travs before this series. In the second half, they'd averaged just about 3 runs per game. And they've scored 7 in the last 2 nights and 4 already in the first inning today. 0-2 pitch. Elward swings. A high fly down the right field line, twisting out of play and just around the groundskeeping area. Interns let it bounce, and it rolls away from him. Michael step back up there. Still 0-2. Donier ready at the belt. The right-hander deals the pitch. And another foul ball by Elward to the same spot. Groundskeeping shack past right field. It's not that the Travs have had so much success offensively against San Antonio. In the second half before this series, Travs had scored only 13 runs in 4 games against them, averaging just about 3 1/4 runs. So what has happened in this series? Slider outside to Elward, and the catcher Oliveros trying to pick off Gutierrez at first. He throws it away. Victor goes to second. Oliveros tried to throw to first base from his knees. And Menchaca just not tall enough to handle that high throw. Tipped off the top of his glove. And Elward has a chance for an RBI. Through the stretch and the pitch, Elward swings and a ground ball to shortstop. Backhanded by Morse. He bobbles it, recovers, and throws to first. And gets the out. That'll end the inning. But a big inning for the Travs to start tonight's double dip. 4 runs on 2 homers and a single. 1 error and a runner stranded. 4-0 Arkansas. Top of the second coming up at Ray-Winder Field here on the Ticket. Total Sports 1380. Nice way. Travs season of Kaios. First pitch, and Alberto hits a high drive deep. It's going to get batter Gomez down to first base. It's the 11th batter Donier's hit this season. First a good was 1 for 4 with a double and a run scored. Gorno first last night. Gibson was 1 for 4 with a double and a run scored. Gorno at first.
And to let you know what you can do to prevent it. Like resistance to your diet, watching your blood pressure, and regular exercise. With a little effort on your part, you have the potential to add years to your life. For a free brochure about heart disease, call 1-888-FAMILY.
Leading on San Antonio, center fielder, TJ.
Nick Roberts gets on top of the pitcher's mound, ready to start the top of the second inning. Game 1 of the doubleheader already heavily in favor of the Travs. 4-0 on home runs by Alberto Cayospo and Derek Gibson. Maybe we should interview Gibson more often. T.J. Bond leads off against Nick. Number 5 batter is right-handed. Nick goes to work, and a fastball inside to Bond. 1-0. Bond 1 for 4 yesterday with the only RBI of the series for the Missions on a triple to the top of the fence in center field. He also struck out once, and that was in the 9th inning against Cam Esslinger. Roberts with a 1-ball pitch, and Bond takes a strike on the inside corner. After Bond struck out, he was calmly ejected by the home plate umpire Joe Stegner. Bond had complained about a strike call on that sequence of pitches, and sort of took it into the dugout with him, complaining to the umpire. Pitch inside from Roberts here, 2-1 to Bond. On deck, Jamie Bubella and then Luis Oliveros. Bond was just sitting in the dugout there when the umpire came over to him, pointed at him, and then pointed in the clubhouse. And just say, you, oh, by the way, you're out of here. Bond will line up the middle, base hit to center, and Roberts had to duck underneath that one. So Bond, after his ejection yesterday, returns with a single on the first at-bat for him, and Roberts has allowed 3 base hits to the first 5 hitters. All of them to center field. DeLucchi, Chu, and now Bond with singles to center. And with DeLucchi getting caught stealing in the top half of the first inning, that sort of negated one of those base hits for San Antonio. Here's Bubella, still looking for his first hit of the series. A left-handed hitter out of Houston, 0 for 6 against the Travs with 5 strikeouts, 1 walk. Third baseman Gomez comes just a little bit in. First pitch from Roberts. Bubella swings a chopper down the line at first base. Foul ball. So says first base umpire Paul Chandler. And he was right in front of that ball as it skipped by him. San Antonio first base coach Gary Thurman, who doubles as the hitting coach, walking right to the line to check and see where the ball bounced. And he and Chandler share a laugh. 0-1 the count to Bubella. He's 6 for 29 in his 8 games with San Antonio. Roberts throws to first base, and a cloud of dust as Bond slides in. Bond all of 6'5". Missions have got to have some of the taller position players in the Texas League this year. The 6'5" shortstop Michael Morse and Bond the 6'5" center fielder. 0-1 the count. The pitch is lofted to left field for a base hit, and Bubella with the second consecutive hit of the inning off of Nick Roberts. And so the Mission's getting some good swings, but all singles so far. They're actually out hitting the Travs 4-3. The Travs lead in the run column 4-0. Mathis out to the mound, and the Trav catcher wants to talk about this with Roberts. As I mentioned, Roberts is going to give up his base hits. Nick allowing 660 base hits and 661 career innings before today's game. Back in single A, he allowed less hits than innings pitched, but at double A, it's been quite a bit more. It's a matter of walks and ability to get some double plays on the ground. Luis Oliveros now the batter, and Roberts with an inside fastball. Oliveros, just like Bubella, 0 for 6 coming into the game. It's going to be a long day for him. He might be starting both ends of the doubleheader as the catcher. Ouch. That is tough on the knees, tough on your body overall. Roberts to the plate with a 1-ball pitch. It's in the dirt, and Mathis had to block it. 2 balls, no strikes. So Roberts falls behind, 2 balls, no strikes to Oliveros, a .236 hitter with 4 homers and 21 runs batted in. Bottom 4 batters for San Antonio in the order in Game 1. None of them hits higher than .236. Mission's highest batting average is Shin-Soo Choo's at .304. 2-ball count, the stretch by Roberts. Here's the pitch. Oliveros will take a strike. Fastball on the inside portion of the plate, 2-1. Rudy Gomez at third base. He's even with the bag. Double play depth for Cayos with a shortstop and the second baseman, Victor Gutierrez. Elward off the line at first base. And standing just a few feet to the left of the runner at first, Jamie Bubella. Outfield straight away. Here's a stretch by Roberts on a 2-1 count. Nobody out. The pitch. And it's down and in. Ball 3. Roberts just does not look very comfortable with his landing spot, where that left foot hits the front of the pitcher's mound. He's been trying to smooth it out time and time again. And now he toes the rubber and will lean in. Quite a humid night in Little Rock, and with all the rain, still humid. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swinging a tip to the catcher's mitt and held on by Mathis. Strike 2. I could see Roberts falling off the mound sort of awkwardly every time he throws. Looks like he might be slipping a little bit. And the reason I mentioned about the humidity is perhaps the pitcher's mound might be a little slippery. Nick steps off the rubber, takes his hat off, thinks about for a quick second, a 3-2 count to Oliveros, and nobody out. Roberts protecting a 4-0 lead. At second base, T.J. Bond, Jamie Bubella at first, fairly good speed on the bases. Here's the pitch. Ball 4, inside, and that'll load him up with nobody out. Here comes pitching coach Kernan Roan to the mound. Roberts falling into a hole here in the second inning. And maybe in more ways than one. Infield joining Kernan on the pitcher's mound. Now you talk about a finesse pitcher, and certainly Roberts is a finesse pitcher. He's got to have everything going in his favor. Umpire has to be a pitcher, an umpire that respects the corners, respects curveballs, and doesn't have a small strike zone. Also, you'd imagine he's got to feel comfortable on the pitcher's mound. Just the slightest slip might make the difference between a pitch that just misses the outside corner or also is just right inside the hitter's zone, and a pitch which Nick likes, which is on the corners. Conversation over. Rob Gandolfo, the batter, left-handed. First pitch grounded to shortstop, and Cayospo shuffles to Gutierrez for 1 out. The relay to first will rack him up for 2. This brings Vaughn home from third base, and the Missions grab 1 run. Bubella to third on the first 2 outs of the inning. 6-4-3, and that'll take some of the pressure off Roberts. No RBI for Gandolfo. And that might have been a little bit of a godsend for Roberts. Ground ball right to where Cayospo was waiting for it. And they had plenty of time for that twin killing. Number 9 batter Eddie Menchaca steps up. Runner at third base is Bubella. Menchaca right-handed, swings, chops the first pitch towards Gomez. A backhand play on the grass at third, sidearm to first in time. And Roberts only allows 1 run with the bases loaded and nobody out. A double play and a runner stranded at third base. So the Travs hold this lead as we go to the bottom of the second. 4-1 Travs on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Stop tickets. The Travs game's all here thanks to Ready Ice. Arkansas's #1 ice dealer, Ready Ice presents Ready Ice Wednesday at Wayne Wonder Field. Just pick up a discount coupon for any Wednesday Travs home game anywhere Ready Ice is sold, like both Shell and Exxon gas stations. Bring the coupons to your Travs box office for $3 in the big game to any Wednesday home game. That's Ready Ice Wednesday at Wayne Wonder Field all season long. Thanks to Arkansas's #1 ice company, Ready Ice. Put your business in Yellow Book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
Stand by. Ready? Set. Go.
Bottom half of the second inning to start game one of the doubleheader rolls along, and it's a 4-1 lead for the Arkansas Travelers. Well, with all the baseball tonight here in Little Rock, we're taking the next 2 days off, and there's nothing you can do about it. If you're looking for Travs baseball, we're back on Tuesday night with a 7:10 first pitch against the Frisco Rough Riders. But if you're looking for that baseball fix on the radio tomorrow night, the Ticket Total Sports 1380 presents ESPN Sunday Night Baseball with a huge game between the Red Sox and the Yankees from Fenway Park. Tommy Murphy leads off for the Travs in the second, takes a pitch low for a ball. That game will begin at 7:05 with the pregame show on ESPN Radio at 6:40. Murphy swings and misses of a changeup from Donier. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Understand that there is a bench-clearing brawl today between New York and Boston. Wonder how that plays out on the radio. 1-1 pitch. Outside, it's 2-1. Again, that's tomorrow night. The Ticket Total Sports 1380 presents ESPN Sunday Night Baseball with a 6:40 pregame show. The Red Sox and the Yankees from Fenway Park. Murphy swings and fouls off a 2-1 pitch. It's 2-2. Tommy, the number 9 batter, the only man not to come to the plate in the first inning as the Travs grabbed home runs from Kayaspo and Gibson. So 3 hits. Meanwhile, Donier hit a batter, walked another. Gomez was hit by the pitch. He's on deck. The 2-2 to Murphy. The ground ball down the first baseline takes a hop foul, and Murphy gets another pitch. The right side of the infield pretty bumpy today. All the rain coming through, and the grounds crew taking the tarp off the field, putting it on a couple of times. Tommy hitting .243 with 5 homers, 34 runs batted in. Donier winds and deals. Murphy grounds it foul off of the hand of one of our fans on the first base side, trying to make that play barehanded. Pretty quick reflexes. Reached out for it right off the heel of his hand. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Reached for, poked over third, a high pop-up down the line, and it is a fair ball. And not caught. Murphy digging for second. Here's the throw. He's safe. Tommy Murphy gets about the cheapest double you ever find. And Tommy deserves a base hit like that. And the slump he's been in, 3 for 29. Even his hard-line drives have been right at outfielders or infielders. And that little blooper that almost kicked up chalk down the third base line, that's a little bit of karma for Tommy Murphy coming back. 15th double for Murph, and here's Rudy Gomez, who was hit by a pitch in the first inning. Donier attempts to pick Murphy off, and he does. Murphy lunges his right foot into the bag. The shortstop, Morse, tags him out, and forget about that karma. Well, Donier, pretty quick pickoff move, and it was a perfect throw right on the base. And Murphy neglected to slide in, so he is picked off. Gomez will take the first pitch low and away for a ball. And now no one on base with 1 out. Gomez looking to start some more offense for the Travs and get back ahead by maybe 4 runs, a 4-1 lead. From the windup, Donier's 1-ball pitch is high and inside, ball 2. On deck, Alberto Kayaspo. Gomez has now been on base 7 times in the last 3 games. The 2-ball pitch, he'll take it inside, ball 3. Gomez hadn't been much of a walker over the first 2.5 months of the series. There's a strike on the 3-ball pitch, 3-1. But when you're a leadoff batter, and Gomez is a smart ball player, he's been around for a while, he understands the role of the leadoff man. Take as many pitches as possible, get your way on base no matter what, let the batters see what the pitcher has, and Gomez just took ball 4, and he's on base again. So Donier hits Gomez in the first inning, walks him in the second. Second walk for Donier out of just an inning and a third. Here's Alberto Callaspo, who hit the first pitch he saw in the first inning to the right center field fence for a home run. 4th of the season, RBIs 34 and 35. Pickoff move to first base. Donier almost getting Gomez, but he got back in. Donier not having much success getting the batters out. Maybe a little more success getting the runners out. Now Donier is ready. Callaspo crowds the plate. Another pickoff move. Head first, Gomez is in there. Callaspo's home run was his first against San Antonio. He only had one double as his extra base hit against San Antonio in 12 games. A pitch for a strike to Callaspo on the outside edge. It's an 0-1 count. Callaspo's average just a bit above 280. Throw to first base, and Gomez back in there. Boy, Donier is paying some mind to the base runners. Last night, Chris Boglowski, the starting pitcher for the Missions, also made numerous moves to first and to second base. Donier ready with an 0-1 count. Gomez a pretty short lead. The pitch. Fastball fouled back, and it's 0-2. Donier seemed to take something off that pitch. Had a little bit of an off-speed quality to it. Came in straight. Still no balls, 2 strikes to Callaspo, the Travelers shortstop. The home run Callaspo hit was his 115th base hit of the season. Started today 1 base hit ahead of Danny Sandoval of Tulsa for the league lead. And he fights off another fastball into the crowd. Callaspo with 115 base hits, but he's really not even close to the league leaders in batting average. Meanwhile, Sandoval ranking 9th in the league at 305, the Tulsa shortstop. Shin-Soo Choo is 3rd in the league, the San Antonio right fielder with 113 hits. Callaspo swings a high fly to center, right to T.J. Bond, and he puts it away. 2 outs. Back to first is Gomez, and here comes Nick Gourneau. Gourneau, who reached base on an error in the decisive 6th inning last night, took a walk in the first inning, the only time that he put himself on base this series. Still looking for the first hit in his last 3 games. 12 at-bats, 0 hits, 2 strikeouts. Average down to 281. Gomez at first, another move by Donier. And Gomez is safe. Donier already with a pickoff to get Murphy at second base after his bloop double started the inning. Travs 4, Missions 1. To the belt, Donier. Long pause, now plateward with a pitch in the dirt, dug out by the catcher Oliveros. 1 ball to count. Donier really seems to make his catcher work hard. Last time the Travs saw him, Donier was recipient of 16 runs by the Missions offense, 13 of them over the first 3 innings, and he still had trouble getting through the 3rd inning. He almost got taken out of that game. 1 ball pitch. In the dirt once again, blocked by the catcher Oliveros. There goes Gomez for second. He's safe. Throw was late. Call that a wild pitch. Charge to Juan Done. So already Donier today has allowed 2 homers, walked 2 batters, hit another, and it just threw his 4th wild pitch of the season. 24 years old, Donier was a White Sox draft pick in 1999, the 19th round. But that contract was voided. He never started a game in the White Sox organization. Picked up by the Mariners in June of 2001. He's been their property ever since. 2-ball pitch, Gourneau, a check swing and a miss on a slider. And the count is 2-1. 2 outs, Gomez at second, and Gorneau looking to put the Travs back ahead by 4 runs. Donier would eventually get up here to San Antonio this year after a subpar season in the California League in 2003. 485 earned run average, pitching his home games in a pitcher's park. 2-1 pitch, check swing. They'll call it a strike on an inside corner fastball, 2-2. This year, Donier also pitching in a pitcher's park, and the Seattle Mariners seem to have their minor league system set up that almost every one of their affiliates is in a pitcher's park. And when you're talking the Mariners, you're talking Safeco Field in Seattle, one of the largest parks in America, and certainly a pitcher's haven. Gorneau backs off the plate as a fastball buzzed his chest. It's 3-2. San Bernardino, a pitcher's park. San Antonio is a pitcher's park. I'm not quite sure about Tacoma, the Mariners' AAA affiliate. That's been their affiliate for years, more than anything, because of geography and proximity. 3-2 pitch, called strike 3, a slider on the outside corner. Donier strikes out his first batter of the game, and he pitches around a leadoff double and a walk. It strands Rudy Gomez at second base. 2 innings in the books at Raywinder Field in Game 1. The Travelers 4 and the Missions 1. Here on the Ticket, Total Sports 1380. Monkey Boy performing at Raywinder Field. Yes, you heard it right. It's the world-famous Monkey Boy. Self-billed world-famous, I might add. Monkey Boy will be performing throughout the doubleheader. I'd like to see Monkey Boy perform in the 9th inning of Game 2. Well, 7th inning of Game 2. Let's not go extras. But let's see him perform in the 7th inning of Game 2 in front of, probably about 150, 200 fans. And Monkey Boy is funny. If you've never seen it once, you got to see it at least once. 4-1 score. The Travs lead to the top of the third. We go. Top of the order for the Missions, and Dustin DeLucchi will take a pitch high and outside from Nick Roberts. Phil Elson here with you on the Ticket, Total Sports 1380. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be back on the air on Tuesday night. Angels posters to the first 300 paid adults as the Travs welcome the Frisco Rough Riders to town. DeLucchi takes a ball low from Roberts, 2-0. Frisco in town Tuesday through Friday with a doubleheader Thursday, the 29th of July, with the first 500 paid kids, 14 and under, receiving a free pack of the brand new 2004 Travs baseball cards. 2-ball pitch, DeLucchi takes outside corner, strike 1. DeLucchi with a single to start the game. It was up the middle, then he was caught stealing at second base. Through 2 innings, Roberts has allowed 4 base hits, 1 walk, and he has also left 2 men on base and had 1 double play turn behind him. 2-1 pitch, DeLucchi takes another strike, this on the inside edge, 2-2. Last inning, Roberts seemed to be most uncomfortable with his landing spot on the pitcher's mound with his left foot, slipped around a little bit. overhead windup. Here's the 2-2. And it misses low. Count runs full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Roberts, who rarely goes to a full count, and at least in the first 5 starts he's made with the team, this is the 4th full count that he has had to work on so far. And here comes the 3-2 pitch. Deluki takes ball 4 high. Second walk of the game for Roberts. And Nick had allowed only 2 walks in a little bit over 35 innings coming into the game. And that's 2 walks actually over the last 4 batters he's faced. Hunter Brown will step up to the batter's box. All 3 innings so far today, the Missions have had the leadoff man reach base safely. But Deluki was pegged at second on a caught stealing in the first. T.J. Bond, who singled to start the second inning, ended up scoring the only run for San Antonio. Brown, right-handed, popped out in the first inning. From the stretch, Roberts delivers, and the pitch popped up behind the plate right back here, and it's going to hit the top of the roof. Strike 1. Brown 1 for 8 in the series. And Roberts holding the ball behind his back as the sign. Deluki with an average lead. Here's the pitch. Check swing. Ground ball on the right side of the mound. Gets past Roberts to second baseman Victor Gutierrez. Quick flip to first, and he gets the out. Try to get rid of that ball quickly. Basically, has the same effect as a drag bunt that just gets by the pitcher on the first base side of the field. Brown able to get Deluki to second base. Bring up number 3 hitter Shin-Soo Choo. Choo now with a base hit in each of the last 5 games. He's San Antonio's top hitter, hitting just above 304, 9 home runs, and a team-leading 59 runs batted in. Left-handed batter with a line drive stroke. Runner at second, Deluki, 1 out. The pitch hits the plate and bounces away from Mathis. Deluki tries for third. Mathis throws it away, gets down the third base line, and Deluki will score on the throwing error. So Deluki manufactures that run himself. Takes third base on the wild pitch. Scores on the throwing error. Mathis threw the ball from his knees. It got right in the 5-hole of Rudy Gomez, right between his legs. So San Antonio has cut the Traveler lead in half, 4-2. And here's the 1-ball pitch to Shin-Soo Choo. Down and in, ball 2. A couple of things we don't see much. Throwing errors from Jeff Mathis, wild pitches from Roberts. That's the first one he's thrown this year. Choo leans out in front of the plate, hits a high fly to center field. Murphy measures it and makes the catch. Out number 2. Brings up Michael Morse, the cleanup batter, who grounded out in the first inning. And is 2 for 8 against the Travs. You got to worry sometimes about a team that's able to come back with a run here and a run there after falling behind early. Hopefully the Travs haven't blown their load in the first inning. With just those 4 runs, might need a couple more. Morse right-handed. Roberts goes to work with a fastball, and it's shot high to the gap in right center field. A line drive for a home run. Michael Morse hits a home run to the opposite field, and the Missions have crept to within 1 run. Two runs have scored in the inning, and that's the first base hit of the third. Home run number 2 for Michael Morse. Arkansas 4, San Antonio 3. We got ourselves a ball game, folks. T.J. Bond, the batter. And here's the first pitch from Roberts. Inside, ball 1. The home run off Roberts, his 4th allowed. First to San Antonio. He's allowed 3 runs on 5 hits and 2 walks. Bond pops up the pitch, out of play. Vaughn scored on the double play Gandolfo hit into in the second inning. And so in this series in which San Antonio has now scored 4 runs, he's scored 1, knocked in another. And a pitch grounded foul. Strike 2. One ball, 2 strikes to count. Bases empty, 2 outs. Missions have scored 2 runs. They wind up the leg kick to pitch. The pitch low, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Roberts does appear to be laboring a little bit. And I just do think that it's got to have something to do. Not feeling very comfortable on the pitcher's mound. And maybe that has to do with Juan Done's first inning struggles as well. We'll figure out that word struggles some other time. 2-2 pitch down and in, ball 3. So Roberts with another full count. Cavs have had outstanding starting pitching in the first 2 games of this series. And Roberts having trouble in his first 3 innings today. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Bond. Swinging a grounder foul into the seats at third base. Well, whatever happens, the Travs bullpen should be well rested. Haven't had to pitch all that much recently. Bullpen got a full day of rest on Thursday with Collazo's complete game, and yesterday 3 pitchers came in for the final 3 2/3 innings. 3-2 to Bond, a rope shot foul into the picnic terrace at third. Roberts trying to get this game to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Travs have the middle of the order due up. The pitch. Swinging a line drive to center field. Murphy coming in. He puts it away. And the Missions will settle for 2 runs. 2 runs on 1 hit. A homer by Morse. A wild pitch and a throwing error lead to the other run. And the Travs lead is down to 4-3. We go to the bottom of the 3rd in game 1 on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Camera flash accident last night during the ball game. Shelley is having a very hard time seeing tonight, so Lucky Boys come to the 10th.
Within Travs have it. And a work. Monkey Boy performed. 1-1. Morris Roberts with a fast. Blown their load in the 1st inning. With just those 4 runs, might need a couple more. Morris right-handed. Roberts goes to work with a fastball, and it's shot high to the gap in right center field. A line drive for a home run. Trav baseball heads to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Game 1 of the doubleheader. Arkansas 4, San Antonio 3. Phil Elson with you as always out here at the ballpark. Back to the studios, Michael Watts and Arlen Horn. Derek Gibson, the Travs DH, leads off against Juan Done in the 3rd inning. Gibson on the first pitch will take down and outside, ball 1. Done made the mistake of falling behind Derek. 2 balls and no strikes in the 1st inning and fired a fat fastball, and Gibson launched it for a homer. Gibson swings at this pitch, a grounder to third base. Hunter Brown makes the play, throws high to first baseman. Chaka brings it down, and lands on the bag just before Gibson crosses. Hunter Brown with a little bit of luck, and Menchaca, who stands about 5'11", just able to bring that one in. One away, and here's Jeff Mathis, the Travelers' catcher, who grounded out in the first inning. Mathis also committing a throwing error last inning, leading to 1 run, but it's not an unearned run because you measure the homer by Morse. Would have scored DeLucchi anyway. Mathis, a first pitch fly ball to shallow center field, charging T.J. Bond, and he makes the catch. A backhand grab. Bond can cover ground with the best of them here in the Texas League. He was quite a find, I believe, in the 30th round a couple of years ago out of a small junior college in Iowa. So 2 very quick outs for Juan Done, who needs to get some quick outs. He's been throwing a ton of pitches in the first 2 innings. Christian Guerrero is now the batter. 2 outs, no one on base. He takes a fastball down the middle for a strike. Christian hitting .229, 2 homers, 32 runs batted in. Tall right-hander, fouled out in the first inning. He'll take Donye's curve outside, 1-1. Over the series, Guerrero is 4 for 9 against his former team. He had been traded just after the All-Star break from the Missions parent club over to the Angels. Pitch popped up out of play, and Christian has a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Christian been hitting the ball pretty well in the last 3 games. 5 for 12 with a couple of doubles. Had an RBI double last night as part of a 3-run 8th inning. Now we're in the bottom of the 3rd today in game 1, and the 1-2 from Donye, a high fastball check swing. No swing, said the first base umpire. So it's 2-2 to Guerrero. Donye hasn't had a perfect inning yet. The pitch, high fastball, and Guerrero was ready to swing at it and realized it wasn't where he wanted it to be. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Donye already 2 walks and a hit batter. The pitch is chopped down the line at third, foul. Ty Boykin, the Trav manager, tried to make it one-handed in the third base coach's area, and it popped out of his hand. He'll get it next time, Ty. Too bad he can't wear a glove over there. Another 3-2, and Guerrero hits it on the ground to third base. Brown on 2 bounces has it. He'll toss across the diamond, and the Travelers are down in order in the 3rd inning. 1-2-3. So we've got 3 innings in the books in game 1 of the double dip. Travs lead 4-3. Going to the top of the 4th on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Three innings completed in game 1 of the doubleheader here at Ray Winter Field. Here are the totals after 3 innings. San Antonio Missions have scored 3 runs on 5 base hits, 1 error. And the Travs, 4 runs, 4 hits, 1 error. This is Phil Elson with you. Thanks for tuning in tonight. on the ticket Total Sports 1380 and www.travs.com. Jamie Bubella leads off the fourth for San Antonio, the number 6 batter, followed by Luis Oliveros and Rob Gandolfo. Nick Roberts going to work with the first pitch, missing outside, ball 1. Roberts has had his struggles in 3 innings, 2 walks, 5 base hits, 1 homer, 3 runs, all of them earned. Here's the 1-ball pitch to the left-hander. Bubella takes inside, ball 2. Bubella singled in the 2nd inning. Made it to third base on the double play and was stranded there. It was his 2nd hit in his last 17 at-bats. Roberts behind, 2 balls, no strikes. Next pitch, ball 3, missed outside by a lot. Right now, this is not the Nick Roberts we had seen in the first couple of starts with the Travs, in which he was masterful, allowing just 4 runs on 12 hits in 15 innings. 3-0 pitch down the middle for a strike. And he took something off in order to get it where he wanted to. And it can't be taking too much off the pitch all that often. Here's the 3-1 to Bubella. Swinging a hard grounder up the middle. Gutierrez tries to stab it on a diving attempt, but it got past him. And for the 4th consecutive inning, the Missions get their leadoff man on base. Brings up Luis Oliveros, the catcher who walked in the 2nd inning. Well, last night in the Texas League, the Travs and the Missions were 2 of only 4 teams that were able to play. 2 rainouts last night. Both the Tulsa Drillers and the Wichita Wranglers had home games rained out by the same strand of storms that had blown through the Kansas-Oklahoma region. Oliveros bunts the first pitch. Roberts off the mound towards first makes the play. Gutierrez covers. That'll move the tying run into scoring position. Sacrifice bunt goes 1-4. Bubella at second for the bottom 2 hitters, Gandolfo and Menchaca. Tonight, Tulsa makes up the doubleheader with Midland. Tomorrow will be the make-up game for Wichita and El Paso as part of an afternoon doubleheader on the artificial turf in midday in late July in Wichita. That'll be really comfortable. Gandolfo, a left-hander, will take a pitch in the dirt, dug out by Mathis for a ball. Gandolfo hit into a double play back in the 2nd inning, which stunted a possible San Antonio rally. Runner at second, Bubella. He can run fairly well. Gandolfo only a .218 hitter with 16 runs batted in, playing in 68 games this year. Very low numbers. 1-ball pitch, swinging a high fly to left field. Gorno has it measured. This is an easy catch, and there's 2 outs. That brings up Menchaca. Eddie Menchaca, born in El Paso, played his college ball at South Mountain Junior College, and currently lives in Phoenix, Arizona, in the Valley of the Sun. One of the fine baseball areas in the United States. I've always referred to it as the capital of baseball, with all the scouts, coaches, players that live there and move there because of spring training. And Menchaca hits a base hit to left field. Gorno is going to charge on it. Here comes Bell around third. The throw to the plate is too high. Tie game. And Eddie Menchaca, the Traveler killer, does it again. On to second goes Menchaca on his tying base hit. Eddie Menchaca hitting all of .222 this season. However, against the Travs, Menchaca has upped his average to .350 with that base hit. Something about some of the worst hitters in the Texas League that just have success against the Travs. Eddie Menchaca, even on Coffee, who bats about .150 against the rest of the league for Round Rock, but about .350 against the Travs. Dustin DeLucchi will pop up the first pitch, and it's out of play, strike 1. And so Roberts unable to hold on to a 4-0 lead that was given to him in the bottom of the first. The RBI for Menchaca, his 25th of the season, and his 3rd against the Travelers. Go-ahead run at second base for DeLucchi. He's been on base twice on a single and a walk. 7 hits off of Roberts. in 3 2/3. His 0-1 is bounced back to the mound. Roberts will play that and throw to first base to end the inning. But San Antonio ties the game with 1 run on 2 base hits, and the runner stranded at second. Tied at 4, bottom of the 4th, comes up on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. And chop, base it to left as 2. To it. The capital of baseball, with all the scouts, coaches, players that live there and move there because of spring training in Menchaca. It's a base hit to left field. Gorneau is going to charge on it. Here comes Bell around third. The throw to the plate is too high. Tie game. And
Ready, set, go.
It's going to take more than 4 runs for the Travs tonight in Game 1. Had a 4-0 lead. Commission's scoring once in the second, twice in the third, and once in the fourth to tie it up. Back to the bottom of the 4th now here at Rawinder Field with Victor Gutierrez, the Travelers' second baseman, leading off against Juan Done. Gutierrez had a base hit single in the first inning, and he'll pop the first pitch of this inning to high right field. Shin-Soo Choo close to the line, and Wright makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out, and Done has settled down to retire the last 6 men in order. And I'll tell you something about Done. This is a very inconsistent pitcher. When he's on, he'll get his outs. Well, we saw the last time the Travs faced him on July 4th, in which he barely made it out of the 3rd inning and then was able to cruise the rest of the way for a 7-inning start with some pretty good totals. Mike Elworth, the Trav batter, grounded out in the first. Done throws a first pitch strike right down the middle. On deck, Tommy Murphy, the bottom third of the Travs order. Here's the 0-1. Elworth swings and a soft fly to center, base hit. He's got himself a single. And the Travs break the string for Done at 6 consecutive batters. To bring Murphy to the plate. Well, I mentioned about the 2 rainouts last night in the Texas League with Tulsa and Wichita unable to get their home games in. One game that did get played was at the Dell Diamond, where the Round Rock Express had their 5-game winning streak stopped at a halt. 16-5. Frisco put a beating on the Round Rock Express. Scored the last 11 runs of the game. Here's Murphy, who doubled in his earlier at-bat, and he cues the first pitch foul off the end of the wood. Strike 1. Frisco scored 6 runs to break the tie in the 6th inning yesterday and then put it away with 5 runs in the 9th. 2 home runs by catcher Julio Mosquera. In only about a week and a half of play has hit 3 home runs. Actually 4 home runs. Jason Botts hit his 20th homer for Frisco. 19 hits for the Rough Riders. 0-1 to Murphy. Swinging a foul ball. He's jammed on the pitch. Strike 2. Stephen Rowe picked up the win in relief of Kelvin Jimenez. Rowe, 3 2/3 scoreless relief. 6-0 his record with the win. Greg Powell took the loss. Did not retire a batter. Powell allowed 4 runs on 2 hits and saw his ERA balloon 7.83. Runner at first is Elwood. A 2-strike count to Murphy. Donye's pitch, a check swing foul ball, bouncing into the seats at third base. Still 0-2. So there is a doubleheader in Tulsa tonight. And in Game 1 of that double dip, the Midland Rockhounds are ahead of the Drillers in the 5th inning, 4-0. Game in Wichita has already started. They're in the top of the 2nd, and the Wranglers have a 4-0 lead on El Paso. Frisco and Round Rock have just finished the 1st inning with no score. 0-2 to Murphy, swinging a line drive to the right fielder, Chu. He makes a sliding catch off of first is Elward. The throw is not in time. He just able to beat the throw, diving in head first. Another sliding catch in right field by Shin-Soo Chu. That's about the 6th catch like that he's made against the Travs this year. An outstanding defensive outfielder and flashes his athletic skills time and time again. He'll get a star next to his name for that play. We get back to the top of the Traveler order, and Rudy Gomez. Gomez now coming to the plate for the 3rd time. He's been hit by a pitch. He's also walked, scored a run in the front end of Kayospo's 2-run homer in the 1st inning. Tie game at 4, bottom of the 4th. The Missions, the team with the momentum. Pitch in the dirt. There goes the runner, Elward, and he's in there to second base. The throw from Oliveros scoots into center field, but Elward not going to take a chance to try to advance to 3rd, and it's a good idea. No steal for Elward. It's a wild pitch charge to Donier, his 2nd of the game. And that's really a chance taken by Elward because he does not run very well. But in a time like this where the Travs are sort of reeling offensively, the last time through the order they only had 2 men on base. Now a base hit should be able to score him. Gomez had an RBI single last night. 1-ball pitch. Swinging a line shot over first base into the right field corner. Base hit, and Elward will score as he comes around 3rd. Gomez will stay at first base with an RBI single, and that puts the Travs back ahead 5-4. Clutch hitting by Rudy Gomez, but also clutch base running by Mike Elward. Without him taking advantage of the pitch in the dirt, there's no way he would have scored on that line drive by Gomez. Chu was quickly over to the line to cut it off. So Gomez with his 20th RBI of the year. And here's Alberto Kayospo. Throw to first by Donier, gets away. Menchaca has to go after it, and there goes Gomez for 2nd. He gets in there without a throw. A throwing error on the pitcher and a bad pickoff attempt. Charge it to the pitcher. And now Kayospo has a chance to bring Gomez home with a base hit to the outfield. Travs have answered back here in the 4th inning. Elward with a 1-out single went to 2nd on a wild pitch. Scores on the single by Gomez, and now Rudy at 2nd. Kayospo homered in the 1st, flied out in the 2nd, and a pitch way outside. Ball 1. Donier has allowed 6 base hits. He's thrown 2 wild pitches, 2 walks, 1 hit batter, 2 homers. From the stretch, the 1-ball pitch, Kayospo takes outside, 2-0. Gomez is starting to go against a trend. Before yesterday, he'd been 1 for 24 with a runner in scoring position. He's 2 for his last 2 tries. 2-ball pitch, Alberto takes a strike on the outer edge, 2-1. Timeout called by Kayospo. Now to the belt, Donier checks Gomez. Plateward and Kayospo hits him on the ground to first. Menchaca will play that one, head to the bag and end the inning. Well, the Travs get back ahead on an RBI single by Rudy Gomez. He's stranded at second base. Travelers 5, Missions 4. Top of the 5th comes up on the ticket. Total score, it's 1380. full first base into the right head. Offense. 3 men on base. Now a base hit should be able to score him. Gomez had an RBI single last night. 1-ball pitch. Swinging a line shot over first base into the right field corner. Base hit it. Will score. Monkey Boy continues to entertain the fans at Ray Winder Field. And the Travs entertaining the crowd to a pretty exciting first 4 innings of a doubleheader. Travs are out in front 5-4. They had a 4-0 lead. Watched it disintegrate in the next 3 innings and then take the lead back in the bottom of the 4th inning. Top 5, and Hunter Brown leads off. A buzz pitch just by his shoulder. Nick Roberts missing with that first pitch. Roberts has had some troubles in the first 4 innings, but he still is ahead of the Missions by 1 run. Brown is 0 for 2, right-handed batter, and is swinging a foul ball off his foot. Oh, and look at the pain on his face. That just says, ouch. Hit it off his left foot. He's going to hop around a little bit, check and see if the foot still works. Apparently the foot does work. Roberts hasn't had an easy inning yet. There are at least 2 base runners in every inning. Only time that Roberts has kept the Missions off the scoreboard was the first inning, and that had Dustin DeLucchi caught stealing by Jeff Mathis. 1 ball, 1 strike to Hunter Brown. Next pitch on the way. Fastball inside. Roberts having trouble hitting those corners. The count is 2-1. Right-hander deals. Roberts, it's a fastball fouled high and deep over the picnic terrace in left field for strike 2. We'll check out some scores from around the major leagues on the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard this inning. Big brawl out at Fenway Park today with Jason Varitek and A-Rod both ejected for fighting. Bill Miller won the game with a home run in the 9th inning, and the Yankees fall to the Red Sox 11-10. Brown, a chopper to third base. Gomez is there behind the bag, and a strong arm throw to first base. And that's the first batter to lead off an inning that Roberts has retired. Brings up Shin-Soo Choo. The home run came off of Mariano Rivera. It was a 2-run homer by Miller, which gave the Red Sox an 11-10 win. A-Rod had been hit by a pitch earlier in the ballgame, and he and Varitek went at it behind the plate as he walked out towards the mound, and there's going to be some more bad blood. Choo with a ground ball foul, very close to first base. Strike 1. You can also bet there'll be some fines handed down, maybe suspensions, as that fierce rivalry gets even fiercer. Choo, a high fly deep to right field. Back on it is Guerrero, and it is a home run. And Shin-Soo Choo ties the game with a homer to right field. Home run number 10 for Choo. And Roberts unable to hold the lead again. Second homer he's allowed. The Missions have now scored in every inning except the first. A quick swing by Chu. Very compact, short motion. Michael Morse stepping up. He homered to right center his last at-bat. And he lunges towards the pitch. It hits him on his wrist. And down to first goes Morse. Well, the troubles for Nick Roberts continue. First batter he's hit today, but that's also 2 walks and 8 base hits. That's 11 base runners in just 4 1/3 innings. Travs, however, have given him 5 runs to work with, and so certainly not a pitcher's duel in Game 1. Game 2 featuring 2 left-handers, Chris Key for the Missions. Joe Saunders for the Travs makes his Double-A debut. We got to get through this first one. T.J. Bond stepping in. He is singled to center and flied out to center. Right-handed batter, tall in the box. Bat softly bouncing off his shoulder, and Roberts misses with the first pitch inside. Back to the Major League scores. Cleveland drubs Kansas City 10-2 in Game 1 of a doubleheader. Second game right now in the bottom of the 7th, 2-0 KC. Roberts behind Bond, 1 ball, no strikes as he's ready at the belt. At first base, Morse an average lead, and the pitch is shot down the third base line for a base hit. Corneau hustles down there. This is going to keep the base runners to 1 base apiece. Morse to second, Bond to first, and the Missions are now starting to really tank the ball off of Nick Roberts. Getting up in the Trav bullpen, right-hander Mark O'Sullivan. And there goes pitching coach Kernan Rona to the mound. 9 hits off of Roberts in just 4 1/3 innings. Finishing up the American League scores, Toronto over Tampa Bay 4-2. That's a final score. Josh Towers the winner, his 5th of the season. Frazier saves number 12. Baltimore scores the final 4 runs against Minnesota, and the Twins' winning streak is ended at 5 games, 4-2. Sidney Ponson won his 5th of the season against 12 losses. Miguel Tejada, a home run champion in the home run derby, hit his 19th home run for the Orioles. Oakland over Texas, 6-2. That brings the A's to within 3.5 of the Rangers. Kirk Saarloos, the former Round Rock ace, won his 2nd of the season. Mark Kotsay, a couple of home runs. Eric Chavez at number 15. And Mark Teixeira continues his assault with his 23rd home run. Ronan finished on the dugout, and now Jamie Bubella is up to the plate with singles in each of his 2 at-bats. Go-ahead run at second, and a pitch outside for a ball. The Missions have not led in any point of this game, and they've only had the lead in this series for half an inning. Had 1-0 yesterday in the top of the 6th, and the Travs answered with 4 runs right after. At second base, Morse, Bond at first, and a ground ball to shortstop. Cayospo fields it. Gutierrez to 1 out, and the relay to first. Rack him up, and that's an inning-ending double play. And so the Missions settle for 1 run on the homer by Shin-Soo Choo, and they strand the go-ahead run at second base. 4.5 are finished at Raywinder Field in Game 1. The Travs and the Missions are knotted up at 5 apiece. This is Arkansas Travelers baseball on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Start spinning. F-O-X-1, 6F. O-X-1, 6F. O-X-1, 6F. O-X-1, 6 for the finish line.
Ready, set, go.
Offense galore in the first 4.5 innings. In game 1 of our doubleheader, the San Antonio Missions 5, the Arkansas Travelers 5. Phil Elson here with you on the Ticket, Total Sports 1380. Don't forget tomorrow night, as the Travs have a well-deserved Sunday off, there'll be action brought to you by ESPN Radio here on the Ticket, Total Sports 1380. With the tomorrow night's Yankees-Red Sox game from Fenway Park. The pregame show begins at 6:40, first pitch at 7:05, and that's brought to you by the Ticket, Total Sports 1380, ESPN Radio, Sunday Night Baseball. Number 3 hitter Nick Gorneau leads off against Juan Done. Derek Gibson on deck, then Jeff Mathis. Done, right-hander from the windup. And a pitch down and outside to Gorneau. Nick walked in the first, struck out in the second. The strikeout in the second, and the 100th strikeout of Gorneau for the year. And a slider hangs, but he takes it 1-1. Gibson homered in the first inning. Mathis is 0 for 2. 3 hits the last 3 innings for the Travs, and Gorneau hits a high bouncer over, and Done made a nice play. Ball almost got over the mound. Done reaching up with his glove hand. And if the ball was maybe a half-inch higher, he would not have been able to make that grab. And so Gorneau is out on a nice, quick play by Done, more reactionary than anything else. Here's Gibson, after his home run in the first inning, grounded out to third, and is 1 for 2 today. We'll run down the National League scores when the chance arises. San Antonio and Arkansas, each with active bullpens. O'Sullivan has just finished warming up in the Travs pen. Gibson will take a first pitch strike on a fastball. The Missions, meanwhile, have a right-hander warming up. That right-hander is Rene Cortez. Gibson takes outside 1-1. 2 finals from today in the National League. The San Francisco Giants defeat the Cardinals in 10 innings, 5-3. Took 10 innings to get the final runs in. Edgar Alfonso with a 2-run homer. Hit it off of Ray King. Pitch inside to Gibson, 2-1. And so the Cardinals, a loss that they hadn't had many losses recently. A strike to Gibson, 2-2. Second consecutive loss. The Cubs couldn't pick up any ground as the Phillies defeated Chicago 4-3. 3 solo home runs for Chicago. Sammy Sosa, Derek Lee, and Aramis Ramirez. 2-2, the count to Gibson. Timeout called. Done wasn't able to find the sign. And now he has this sign with a 2-2 count. And the pitch. Swinging a chopper off the plate, foul. Paul Abbott, the winning pitcher for Philadelphia, also knocked in 2 runs for the Phillies. 2-2 to Gibson. Swinging a foul ball off the very tip of the barrel. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Houston ahead of Milwaukee 4-0 in the 6th inning in Minute Maid. Jason Lane is at his 3rd home run. Another 2-2 to Gibson. Swinging a chopper down the line at third, and it's another foul ball. 3 consecutive foul balls from Gibson. Montreal 3, Florida 2. Top of the 7th in Canada. Former Shreveport lefty Joe Horgan comes on in the 7th for the Expos. Cincinnati leads Pittsburgh 4-2 at PNC Park. Shortstop Barry Larkin with home run number 6. Mets and Braves tied at 1 in the 5th inning. And 2 games will start later tonight in the West. Ball 3 to Gibson, high and inside. Rockies and Diamondbacks tonight. Lance Cormier, who had led the Texas League in earned run average over the first 2 months, looks to improve upon a 47.25 ERA in 1 start with the D-backs. Gibson takes ball 4 in the dirt. 3rd walk from Done, and he had been 2-2 for a while on him. Gibson able to work that walk. Dodgers host San Diego tonight. 3.5 games separating the first-place Dodgers from the second-place Padres. Actually, the Padres now in third place, with the Giants winning earlier. San Francisco gets to within 3 games. Ishmael Valdez and Wilson Alvarez, the starting pitchers at Dodger Stadium tonight. Here's Mathis. Jeff is 0 for 2. Hitless over the series in 7 at-bats. Tie game at 5 apiece, bottom of the 5th. And Donier's time is probably going to be limited. And Cortez working in the bullpen, and Donier only had 1 easy inning tonight. Mathis has grounded to short and fly to center. Here's the first pitch. A changeup downstairs for a ball. San Antonio positions the third baseman, Hunter Brown, guarding the line. First baseman Menchaca holds Gibson on, so that opens up gaps between first and third base. 1 ball pitch on the way. Mathis swings and a foul ball off the end of the bat. Strike 1. Mentioned about the Giants win over the Cardinals. Barry Bonds with only 1 hit and 1 walk on his 40th birthday. We'll be talking about baseball birthdays later on in the broadcast. 1-1 to Mathis. A pitch high and inside, ball 2. Travelers had a 4-0 lead after the first inning on home runs by Kayaspo and Gibson. Mathis was the first out that Donier recorded. The Mission's able to come back with 4 unanswered runs before the Travs got back ahead by a run on a Gomez base hit. Gibson has to hustle back to first here. Donier's pickoff move not in time. San Antonio tied the game in the top of the 5th on a homer by Shin-Soo Choo. And so the Travs will look to get ahead here in the 5th inning, possibly before the Missions have a chance to get to the reliever Cortez, who's been warming up for the last 7 or 8 minutes. The stretch by Donier. Here's his 2-1. Ball 3, and it skips away from Oliveros. That'll be the 3rd wild pitch of the game. Donier's last wild pitch led directly to a run. Mike Elwood took the chance on a ball that skipped in front of the plate last inning to get to second, and he scored on the single by Gomez. And now another go-ahead run in scoring position. Mathis without an RBI in 12 games. 3-1 pitch, swinging a foul back on a hanging breaking ball. Pretty hittable pitch. Mathis continues to struggle, even with pitches that quite often he would be able to handle. Last 28 games, Mathis is hitting about 150. With only 5 runs batted in. It's been a prolonged slump that even goes back for the last 2 months. 3-2 count. The pitch. Swinging a hard grounder, foul. Down the line at third base into the visiting bullpen. Donier went with a breaking ball on 3-2. Gibson, a good lead at second. Mathis swings and misses at a fastball high and tight. And the struggles continue. Second strikeout of the game for Donier. Jeff just looks to be pressing at home plate. Christian is fouled out and grounded to third. He's got that go-ahead run at second. First pitch, a fastball at the knees. A strike called. Travs 5, Missions 5. San Antonio scoreless in only the first inning. The Travs scored 4 in the first, once in the fourth. Donier's 1-strike pitch, swing and a miss. The ball gets away from Oliveros, and Gibson can walk into third. On to third base is Gibson, and the Travs getting the third on a passed ball. Oh, and 2 to count as Guerrero had swung at a pitch about a foot outside. Fournier ready. Here's the pitch to Christian. Swinging a chopper. Foul. Past third base. Went after another high fastball. Christian took a first pitch right down the middle and then went after a pitch that was way outside. He looks like he also is pressing, just as Mathis. The pitch, swing and a miss. Donier strikes out Mathis and Guerrero to leave Gibson in scoring position. And so the Travs remain tied with San Antonio as we head to the top of the 6th inning here on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Power up at the Electric Cowboy. Something going on. Electric Cowboy opens 7:30 inside. And going to see power going on tonight. Looking to the door by $6 $5. Plus, this game closer to 8 p.m. And it goes on to be long next dinner tonight. There's the ice of $1 long next $2 plus yeah, there's always something going on in the Electric Cowboy. $19 million for one case. Well, facts differ and results vary on each case. You can put this experience on your side. Insurance companies notice and stand by.
Ready, set, go.
5 innings completed at Ray Winder Field in Game 1 of the doubleheader. And still another game to go after this. It's a tight one. Travs 5, Missions 5 as nightfall settles into Central Arkansas. This is Phil Elson with you here on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. New pitcher on for the Travs, Marco Sullivan, has replaced Nick Roberts. The 6'2", 200-pound native of Andover, Massachusetts, appearing in his 35th game with 4 wins, 3 losses, and an earned run average at .799. First batter he'll face, Luis Oliveros, is the number 7 hitter. Rob Gandolfo and Eddie Menchaca after that, and O'Sullivan's first pitch inside. O'Sullivan coming off of an extremely forgettable series against Round Rock in which he gave up 11 runs and 9 hits in just 2 1/3 innings. But before that, he had been pitching pretty well. A swing and a drive by Oliveros deep to left field, back on it Nick Gorneau, and it's off the top of the wall. On to second going Oliveros. Here comes the throw, and it's overthrown, but backed up by Elward. Oliveros hits a double, his first base hit of the series, on the second pitch of the 6th inning for Marco Sullivan. And so San Antonio gets the go-ahead run into scoring position with nobody out in the 6th inning. O'Sullivan had been pitching fairly well over a stretch of 4 games. Gave up only 5 hits and 2 runs over 4 outings. And that covered about 9 2/3 innings, so pretty effective in 2 games against Tulsa, 1 against Wichita and 1 versus Frisco, but the bottom sort of dropping out the last 3 times out. Here's Rob Gandolfo squaring around, bunting the first pitch foul behind the screen. The final game that O'Sullivan appeared in the series against Frisco, which came last Saturday, 1 week ago, an 8-5 Travs loss. O'Sullivan gave up a homer to Rashawn Eldridge in the 9th inning. And it sort of signaled what was later to come in the two games against Round Rock. Gandolfo was hit into a double play and flied out. A left-handed 218 hitter. He swings and a soft fly ball, shallow right field. Guerrero charges in and makes the catch. So Gandolfo was told not to bunt on the one strike pitch. And it brings up Eddie Menchaca with a runner still at second. Menchaca knocked in the first tying run for San Antonio with an RBI single in the fourth inning. Trav scored a run in the bottom of the fourth to take a short-lived 5-4 lead, but then Jin-Soo Chu's home run put them back to a tie. Menchaca swinging at the first pitch, a high fly, shallow right field, and Guerrero has it for the second out. Sullivan, after giving up the leadoff double to Oliveros, has gotten flyouts to right field by Gandolfo and Menchaca. Back to the top of the order, and Dustin DeLucchi. DeLucchi's been on base 2 times in 3 trips to the plate today. A first inning single, third inning walk, and a run scored. And with the go-ahead run in scoring position in the fourth, he chopped back to the mound. "26 RBIs on the season for Dustin DeLucchi, a left-handed batter." O'Sullivan goes to work from the stretch. Oliveros short lead at second, and the first pitch, a strike down the middle. DeLucchi taking a first strike. Now the next set by Sullivan. Check at second, the 0-1. DeLucchi bunts it, and it rolls down the line at third, foul. And quickly to cut it off, O'Sullivan, before it rolled off the lip of the grass and back into fair territory. Interesting choice by Dustin DeLucchi to try to bunt his way on base with a tying run at second and 2 outs. And the man behind him, Hunter Brown, is 1 for 10 this series. So DeLucchi puts himself in the hole. No balls, 2 strikes. O'Sullivan with 36 strikeouts in 51 innings. Here's his pitch. Swinging a foul ball. DeLucchi waited a little bit on a breaking pitch. The tight slider O'Sullivan throws. He was just able to get a little tap. Still no balls, 2 strikes. Infield pretty deep on the right side. Gomez gives the third base line. Here's the 0-2. DeLucchi takes a ball, and it missed low. Left fielder Gorneau is shallow. DeLucchi hit a double over Gorneau in the very same positioning yesterday. Center field average depth, right field maybe a step or 2 deep. O'Sullivan a deep breath to the stretch and the pitch. Ball 2 on an off-speed delivery down and outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Dustin DeLucchi. 5-5 tie. Top of the 6th at Ray Winder in Game 1. Travs had a 4-0 lead earlier. O'Sullivan's ready. And the pitch. Swing, a check swing, and a miss as the umpire, Todd Waters, punches out DeLucchi. And O'Sullivan pitches around the leadoff double. Nice job. No runs, 1 hit, a runner stranded at second. Bottom 6 coming up at Ray Winder. We're tied at 5 on the ticket. Total Sports, 1380. back to Ray Winder, bottom 6 in game 1, a 5-5 tie, and each team now into the bullpen as Rene Cortez comes out to pitch for the Missions. Juan Done lasts 5 innings. He gives up 5 runs, all of them earned on 6 hits, a pair of home runs. Done walked 3 batters, hit another, and struck out 3 and threw 3 wild pitches, so a pretty busy pitching line for Juan Done. And now he'll turn it over to a 6'4" right-hander, Rene Cortez, out of Valencia, Venezuela. Cortez only 21 years old, and he comes on in a critical spot. The Missions on a 5-game losing streak. They had a lead in the West Division in first place of 4 games over the Round Rock Express. San Antonio lost the final 3 games of the series to Frisco before dropping the first 2 games of this series in Little Rock. They're showing something tonight in game 1, coming from 4 runs back. Cortez appears in his 23rd game, 1 win, 4 losses, and an earned run average at .523. Right-hander on to face the bottom third of the order, Victor Gutierrez, Mike Elwood, and Tommy Murphy. Victor will take a pitch inside to start the count. Cortez allows a batting average of .302, 13 walks against 26 strikeouts in 31 innings. Also 4 homers. Gutierrez sees his pitch skip in front of the plate on a slider, 2-0. Cortez was warming up in the bullpen for a good 10 minutes. So he certainly should be coming into the game warm. And instead he's missed for the first 2 offerings. To the stretch, Cortez, a deep breath, the pitch. Ball 3, missing high. Gutierrez with a single in the first inning and a fly to right to start the 4th. Get that leadoff man on base and put some pressure on him. Here's the 3-ball pitch. Ball 4. And a 4-pitch walk puts the go-ahead run on. Brings up Mike Elwood. The Travs have seen Cortez 3 previous times, scoring 6 runs against him in 3 1/3 innings on 7 hits. Here's Mike Elwood, who singled and scored in the 4th inning. He's squaring around. Here's the pitch, and he bunts it back to the screen for a strike. Cortez will throw a fastball with pretty good life to it, low 90s, tops at 94. Also a slider and a changeup, a little bit of a jump in his delivery that will help deceive the batter. But as we've seen so far, he does not command his stuff very well. Pretty good prospect, however, with a fastball at 94 and only 21 years old. Third baseman Brown without guard against the bunt. To the set position, Cortez. The pitch, Elwood bunts it towards the mound, taken by the pitcher. He'll throw to first base for the sure out on Elwood, and the go-ahead run heads to second in the form of Victor Gutierrez. 6th sacrifice bunt this season for Mike Elwood, and it's the Travs' 46th of the year. Tommy Murphy stepping up. He's 1 for 2, and interestingly enough for him, his base hit wasn't very well hit. A little pop-up down the third base line that fell between the shortstop, third baseman, and left fielder. In the 4th inning, he had a screaming line drive to right, and Shin-Soo Choo brought it in on the sliding catch. Murphy left-handed. Go-ahead run at second. The pitch. High and outside, almost got away. Ball 1. Murphy has knocked in 34 runs this season, and only 2 in his last 9 games. And to stretch it out a little further over the last 54 games, only 12 runs batted in. Gutierrez can run pretty well. Takes an extra few steps. Murphy fouls a pitch off. 1-1. 5 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for San Antonio. The Travs have scored 5 runs on 6 base hits with 1 error. 4 of the 5 runs coming on homers. Pickoff move to second base, and Gutierrez beats the throw. Travs now have Jonathan Rowenhurst working in the bullpen in right field in case they take the lead here in the 6th inning to get the closer ready to come out for the 7th. 1-1 to Murphy, 1 out, bottom 6. Deep breath by Cortez. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a hot shot to second base, picked up by Gandolfo. Throw to first, and he gets Murphy. Brings Gutierrez to third base. Travs have had runner in scoring position to end the inning in each of the last 3 innings, 4th, 5th, and 6th. In fact, throughout this game, the Travs have left 4 men on base, all of them left in scoring position. Rudy Gomez, the batter, he came through with an RBI single in the 4th inning. Can he do it again? Pitch 1. Swing and a pop-up on the infield. He won't get it done. The catcher, Oliveros, takes charge and makes the catch, and the Travs strand Gutierrez. And so we've played 6 innings at Raywinder Field in Game 1. We go to the 7th, tied at 5. On the ticket, Total Sports 1380. So we go to the 7th inning in Game 1 of this doubleheader, tied at 5. Phil Elson with you here on the ticket, Total Sports 1380. Marco Sullivan is back for another inning of work. Well, Sullivan pitched a scoreless 6th inning and pitched around a leadoff double. Hunter Brown leads off for San Antonio, 0 for 3 today. Right-handed, and he fouls off Mark's first pitch. Shin-Soo Choo on deck. Michael Morse following that. Choo with a home run in the 5th inning. Morse with a home run in the 3rd. But Brown, 10 at-bats over the series, 1 base hit. Sullivan leads the count 0-1. Brown will take another strike on a breaking pitch. Nice sharp downward slider. 0-2. Nick Roberts started, went the first 5 innings. Gave up 2 homers, 9 hits, and 5 runs. O'Sullivan's 0-2. Swing and a miss on the slider. A 3-pitch strikeout of Hunter Brown. O'Sullivan has sent down 4 in a row, the last 2 on strikes. 38th strikeout of the year against 37 walks. Now you get to the toughest part of the order. Choo, who's 2 for 3. Singled in the 1st. Tied the game with a home run to the corner in right field in the 5th. Left-handed batter. O'Sullivan winds and deals, and he forced Choo to jump over that pitch. Thrown towards his ankles. 1 ball, no strikes. Rudy Gomez guarding against a possible bunt. Chu does not hit a lot of ground balls down on the left side of the infield, but he could bunt. This pitch from O'Sullivan low, ball 2. First baseman Elward will also guard the line. He is just about 5 steps off of the line at first base, playing behind the bag. Outfield is pretty darn deep. O'Sullivan's 2-ball pitch. Chu swings and misses. Nice pitch by O'Sullivan, not giving in on a fastball count. He threw something off speed. 2 balls, 1 strike. Chu with 4 hits in the series. In 11 at-bats, O'Sullivan's 2-1. Swinging a foul ball out of play. And so Mark brings it back to an even count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. As always, a deep breath as he gets the sign. Overhead windup, the kick, the pitch. Swinging a foul ball. Fastball on the outside corner, and Chu just able to get a piece of it. Ball shot towards the dugout, and it might have come pretty close to the on-deck batter, Michael Morse. I tell you, if I was a visiting player, I would not be taking my practice swings in front of the dugout. Chu, a soft grounder down the line to right shortstop Kai Oswald. Backhand play, and the throw is offline. And Chu safe at first base. Tough throw by Kai Oswald. There was a tough play all the way around. A hard ground ball to the hole at shortstop. He was able to backhand it. The throw was offline. It's called a base hit. So Chu with his 3rd hit of the game. The go-ahead run on for Michael Morse. Infield will look for a double play. O'Sullivan has had more double plays turned per inning than any Trav this season. First pitch. Swing and a miss. Huge cut by Morse. Trav's turned 2 double plays behind Nick Roberts. O'Sullivan has had 8 double plays turned behind him. And Morse hit back to the mound in the 1st. Homered in the 3rd inning to right center field. Hit by a pitch in the 5th. Tie game at 5. Chu at first base. He's stolen 25 bases this year. Average lead. Here's the pitch. Missed high and inside. Pretty close. 1 ball, 1 strike. San Antonio's Rick Tormson gets ready in the left field bullpen. He's their closer. He saved 17 games. And the Missions are planning on scoring a run here in the top of the 7th. O'Sullivan ready on a 1-1 count, and he steps away from the rubber. Looks Chu back. Not a bad idea. At this point of the ball game, you can't be too careful. On the other hand, got to make sure you're focusing on this batter, Morse, who hits about 300. O'Sullivan ready. And throw to first base to check on Chu. He walks in there. Not O'Sullivan's best move. Very athletic, hard-throwing pitcher. Fields his position well. He's been having troubles this season, mostly on fastballs down the middle. He does have a very good arm. 1-1, O'Sullivan to the plate, and it's popped up. Nice pitch, a slider. Had Morse in front. Mathis measures it behind the plate. He slips a little bit. He dives. He couldn't catch it. It got away from him. Foul area behind home plate is slippery with the rain that came through earlier today. Mathis seemed to get his cleats caught in the grass behind home. And once he slipped, he lost track of the ball. Dove for it at the last split second. And it got away from him. And so Morth gets a little bit of extra life here. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and O'Sullivan has to work a little overtime. O'Sullivan deals, and Chu runs. The pitch, a check swing, and Chu stopped halfway between first and second. Mathis couldn't find the ball, and he gets in the second. Shin-Soo Choo ran on the pitch. And he stopped halfway between first and second base. Now, if Mathis catches that pitch, and he is Choo dead to rights, but it rattled between his legs. A 2-2 count to Morse, and the go-ahead run at second base. 2 checks at second. O'Sullivan deals. The pitch grounded to shortstop. Kayaspo picks it up and on to first base for out number 2. Choo stays at second.
Center fielder T.J. Bond.
Brings up T.J. Bond, who has 2 hits today, both against Nick Roberts. Mathis and O'Sullivan, a quick talk. Jeff now back behind the plate. Bond, a tall right-hander, steps in there. 3 for 11 in the series, 2 hits today with a run scored. Go-ahead run at second is Choo. O'Sullivan ready. 5-5 tie. And a first pitch slider low. 2, 3, and 4 hitters are scheduled to bat for the Travs in the bottom of the 7th. That's Kayaspo, Gourneau, and Gibson. Choo checking the middle infielders. Neither Kayaspo nor Gutierrez all that close to him. He's taking about a 5.5 step lead. Takes an extra half step. O'Sullivan with the pitch. Bond swings, pops it up behind the plate, and it's going to get over the press box and out of the ballpark. 1 ball, 1 strike. O'Sullivan has the sign. Here's the 1-1 to Bond. Swinging a liner to third. Gloved by Gomez at third base. And that ends the 7th inning as Mark O'Sullivan has pitched 2 scoreless, leaving 2 runners in scoring position. 1 run will do it for the Travs in the bottom of the 7th inning as we're tied at 5 on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Bottom 7 here at Ray Winder Field. Game 1 of the doubleheader, and as always in doubleheaders in the minor leagues, we play 7 innings in each game. And so this is virtually the bottom of the 9th. As far as it goes, 1 run will win this game for the Arkansas Travelers. Tied at 5, and Rene Cortez comes back out in relief for the Missions. Pitched a scoreless 6th inning, dancing around the leadoff walk to leave Victor Gutierrez at third. Kayaspo, Gourneau, and Gibson are the batters scheduled to hit against Cortez. Callaspo homered in the first inning. Since then, he's fly to center and grounded to first base. He will bat left-handed. Brown at third base guards the line. First baseman Menchaca also guards the line. And Alberto, first pitch swing, slow grounder off the line at first base. Nice play. Menchaca gets the out at first with Cortez covering 3-1. Callaspo going after that first pitch once again. That's what the pitch he homered on in the first inning. Nick Gourneau comes up after Callaspo's ground out. Nick 0 for 2 with a walk, a strikeout, a run scored, and a grounder to the mound. Team leader with 12 home runs. First pitch. Fastball, a strike on the inside corner. Only 3 home runs in the second half for Gourneau. Power just has not been there quite as much. Next pitch. Outside, 1-1. Cortez ready in the right-hander with a kick in the pitch. Swing and a miss. Gourneau, a huge cut on a slider. Derek Gibson on deck. Base is empty. The 1-2 to Gourneau. Swing and a miss. And he strikes out for the second time. That brings Derek Gibson to the plate.
Designated hitter, Derek Gibson.
Gibson steps in. He homered in the first inning. Put the Travs ahead 4-0. First pitch. Swing and a miss. That slider seems to be Cortez's best pitch right now. Gibson with a ground out in the third. A walk in the fifth inning. 5-5 tie. Bottom 7. 2 outs. Cortez looking comfortable. The 0-1 is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outfield pretty deep. Here's the next pitch. Swing and a miss. Huge cut. And another slider. Cortez going to that slider quite a bit. Gibson with a slow walk behind the umpire. And he'll step back in. The Trav DH down in the count 1-2. Cortez shakes 1 sign off. He shakes off 2 signs and steps away from the rubber. Gotta think he wants to throw that slider. He's having a lot of success with it. Here's the 1-2 pitch. The slider in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cortez with that hat leaning off to the side. Glove tucked into his arm. Ball behind the back. He's ready. With a 2-2 count to Gibson. The pitch. Ball 3 on another slider. Jeff Mathis is on deck. Gibson would represent the winning run. Cortez with 14 walks in 32 innings. 3-2 pitch. Gibson swings and misses, and we're going to the 8th. Tied at 5 as the Travs go down in order. Back for the 8th inning after this break on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
baseball fans, starting your scorecard.
And did you know that every 16 minutes, a unit will transition to local transplant radio? You can help to reduce these numbers by registering to become an organ donor. Call the Arkansas Regional Organ Recovery Agency at 866-660-5433 or visit the Aurora website at www.aurora.org to learn more. Become an organ donor. Give hope. There's stories about the Doubleheader with well-known teachers and Garen, who has a playing the World Series, and as Yogi was keeping up his 2-foot carry, he had up his teammate on one hand. In the local batter, as Aaron Fisher played, Yogi tried to distract him by saying, "You're holding the bat wrong. You're holding the bat wrong." Aaron didn't say anything. But when the next came up, after rounding the bases and touching home plate, Aaron looked at Yogi Berra and said, "I didn't come up here to see you. I'm Mark Evans, after the Cricket Rock Creek." To be successful at stand by.
Ready?
Only $2 in the super stand. It's always a fan favorite. $2. Wow. Anaheim Angels Thunder Sticks, the original. Only $1 a pair. 50-cent each.
Playing extra innings in game one of this doubleheader. 5 runs for each team. 11 hits for the Missions. 2 errors for San Antonio. 6 hits for the Travelers. 1 error. Marco Sullivan will return for his 3rd inning of work after coming on to replace starting pitcher Nick Roberts in the 6th inning. Sullivan has allowed 2 base hits. He has struck out 2 batters. He's left 2 men in scoring position. Jamie Bubella, Luis Oliveros, and Rob Gandolfo are the batters that O'Sullivan is scheduled to face here in the 8th inning. Last run that scored came in the top of the 5th on a game-tying home run by Shin Soo Choo. Jamie Bubella scored a run in the 4th. Left-handed batter swings a high fly ball to center field in the first pitch of the inning. Murphy will bring it in for out number 1. Check out some scores around the Texas League on the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard. One final in the first game of the doubleheader in Tulsa. Midland defeats the Drillers 6-1. Lefty Drew Dickinson with his 4th win of the season against 10 losses. John Baker and Steve Jackson each hit home runs for the Rockhounds. Justin Hampson took the loss, allowing both homers in 5 innings. His record falls to 8-4. O'Sullivan with a pitch, and it's hit in the air to right field by Luis Oliveros. On the horse is Guerrero, and it falls in front of him. A base hit for Oliveros. With Guerrero playing deep, he was unable to get to that pop fly to the right field line. And Oliveros on base for the 3rd time today. He's 2 for 2 with a walk. Brings up Rob Gandolfo. Wichita, according to the minor league statistician, the Sports Network, has been playing in the first inning for the last 2 hours. And it was 4-0 Wichita over El Paso last time we checked. Sullivan misses outside of Gandolfo. Ball 1. Round Rock trails Frisco 3-0 in the 5th at Dell Diamond. And the second game in Tulsa is just about to start. Gandolfo is 0 for 3. He's got a 1-ball count to work with. O'Sullivan misses outside. Ball 2. Gandolfo is hit into a double play and also fly to left and fly to right. On deck is Eddie Menchaca. Here's the 2-ball pitch, and it's in front of the plate. Ball 3. Another game coming after this one. Travs manager Tyrone Boykin trying to get O'Sullivan stretched out to 3 innings. And let the rest of the bullpen possibly come on in the next game. O'Sullivan's 3-ball pitch is low, and that's ball 4. So 2 runners on base. Oliveros to second, Gandolfo to first. Here's Eddie Menchaca. And now the bullpen will start getting active. Kernan Ronan out to the pitcher's mound. The pitching coach will bring the infielders in. Mathis already out on the mound to talk with O'Sullivan. Rowenhurst will start to throw, and Jonathan was throwing in the bottom of the 6th inning in case the Travs took the lead. And then sat down for a few minutes. Hasn't been warming up for the last 25 to 30 minutes or so. And so as he continues to warm up, O'Sullivan finishes his conversation, and back into the dugout goes Kernan Ronan. Eddie Menchaca is going to be the batter. A 5-5 tie game in the top of the 8th. Menchaca is 1 for 3 with an RBI single in the 4th inning, a ground out and a fly out as well. How about a double play? O'Sullivan deals. Menchaca takes a ball. O'Sullivan has worked this deep into an outing before. Going 3 1/3 innings and 4 innings once each. Menchaca takes ball 2, and now O'Sullivan is missed with 6 consecutive pitches. Two balls, no strikes to Eddie Menchaca, and he's in a hitter's count. Runners take the short lead. Here's the pitch, and he shows bunt, takes a strike. No way Menchaca was going to try to bunt that pitch. And he'll do everything possible to try to stay out of a double play. 2-1 offering. Swinging a high fly to left field. An easy can of corn for Nick Gorneau. He's under it, reaches up. He's got it. 2 outs. And Menchaca flies out. Back to the top of the San Antonio order. Dustin DeLucchi. This will be DeLucchi's 3rd chance in his last 3 at-bats to put the Missions ahead, but he's going to be facing a different pitcher. O'Sullivan will be lifted by Tyrone Boykin. Jonathan Rowenhurst is going to come in from the pen. Good job by O'Sullivan, going 2 2/3 innings. However, he does leave for the go-ahead runs on. 60-second break coming to you. Brought to you by Fox Sports Southwest. For the best in Major League Baseball action, tune in tonight on the Southwest Regional Sports Report with all the highlights and Major League coverage on the Southwest Regional Sports Report on Fox Sports Net. Rowenhurst comes on in relief. He needs 1 out to send us to the bottom of the 8th inning. We're tied at 5 on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
The Arkansas Travelers have one of minor league baseball's most user-friendly websites with easy access to traffic stories, up-to-date stats, and technical data. You'll be informed about the draft online at Travs.com. Purchase tickets, draft souvenirs, listen to the game.
Stand by. Ready? Set. Go.
Jonathan Rowenhurst inherits 2 men on base. Luis Olivares at second, Rob Gandolfo at first. There are 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. The Travs and the San Antonio Missions tied at 5 apiece. Marco Sullivan leaves the game after 2 2/3 innings, allowing 3 hits, 1 walk with 2 strikeouts. And he's responsible for the men on base. Rowenhurst makes his team-leading 39th appearance. 3 wins, 6 losses, 8 saves, and a .282 earned run average. He's been virtually unhittable at Raywinder Field, where he's holding opponents to a .200 batting average, and in 15 games, allowing an ERA of 0.76. Lefty to face the left-handed Dustin DeLucchi. From the stretch, Rowenhurst, and the pitch. DeLucchi will take a ball. DeLucchi singled to start the game in the first inning. Was caught stealing second. Walked and scored in the third. And in the 4th inning, with a runner at second, he grounded out to end that inning. End of the 6th with a strikeout, leaving a runner at second base. 1 ball count, and the pitch. DeLucchi swings, and a foul ball out of play. Strike 1. Rowenhurst's last outing was the final game against the Round Rock Express, who pitched the final inning, a scoreless inning in the 13-1 loss. And 2 innings against Round Rock. He allowed only 1 hit and saved the 2-1 win on Sunday. Rowenhurst with a 1-1. DeLucchi takes ball 2, and it missed the outside corner, and not by that much. Rowenhurst, a tall left-hander at 6'1", 180 pounds, with a very deceptive left-handed motion, and a fastball that gets into the high 80s and has movement on it. The fastball is his best pitch. He also comes with a curve. Here's the 2-1. Swinging a chopper to the hole at shortstop. Cayaspo backhands. He dropped the ball. He's going to hold on to it, and the bases are loaded. It'll be a base hit for DeLucchi. Cayaspo had to back up to the hole at shortstop. It would have been a very long throw to make. And so San Antonio collects their 13th base hit. Hunter Brown will step up to the batter's box. 0 for 4 today, and only 1 for 11 in the series. Rowenhurst will pitch from the stretch. He deals. Brown takes a strike. A letter-high fastball on the inside corner. 0-1. Olivares, the runner at third base. Gandolfo at second base. DeLucchi at first. Rowenhurst with an 0-1. Swinging a foul ball. He had him out in front of the curve. And Jonathan ahead of the count, 0-2. Rowenhurst has struck out 53 batters against only 18 walks. 54 and 1/3 innings. Ball behind his back, he twirls it around. Rowenhurst has the sign. He kicks. He deals. It's a high fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Brown right-handed. 32 RBIs on the year. Rowenhurst with a 1-2. Swinging a foul ball as Brown hits his foot once again. That's the second time in as many innings that Hunter Brown has fouled a pitch off his own feet. He's his own worst enemy. Brown is 0 for 3 with the bases loaded this year. And with 2 outs, the fly ball out does nothing. Rowenhurst kicks the pitch. Swing and a drive into left center field. It's going to get to the gap. It might clear the bases. Oliveros and Gandolfo score. Here comes DeLuca around third, and he will score. And it's a 3-run double for Hunter Brown to put the Missions ahead 8-5. San Antonio finally gets their big base hit. Brown had only one hit in 11 at-bats, and he crushed that pitch. 2 runs off O'Sullivan, 1 off of Rowenhurst. Here's Shin-Soo Choo in search of his 4th base hit. Swinging a grounder foul down the line at first base. 3 for 4. Choo tied the game in the 5th inning with a homer to right field. The book is closed on O'Sullivan. 2 runs, 3 hits, 2 2/3 innings. He's the pitcher of record. Rowenhurst allowing 1 run, only his 4th in the last 14 innings. 0-1 to Choo. The pitch inside with a fastball to back him off. 1 ball, 1 strike, and so Guttormson will now be warming up in the bullpen with a little bit more reason. He'll be coming on to pitch the 8th inning and try to save the game for San Antonio. Travs had a 4-0 lead after the first inning. Things were looking mighty good. But now in extra innings, San Antonio is ahead by 3 on a bases-clearing double. Here's the 1-1, and Choo takes a curve for a strike. Rowenhurst steps away from the rubber. He was just about to go to the stretch when Choo stepped out of the box. Now back on top. Rowenhurst ready on a count of 1-2. The pitch. Choo swings on a high fly to left field, and Gorneau is there. Back a few steps. He makes the catch, and that ends the inning. But Hunter Brown gives the Missions a 3-run lead with a bases-clearing double. 8-5 San Antonio. Last chance for the Travs in the bottom of the 8th on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Here comes to get to the left for Hunter to the gap. Brown is 0 for 3 with the bases loaded this year. Loaded. Brown is 0 for 3 with the bases loaded this year. And with 2 outs, a fly ball out does nothing. Rowenhurst kicks the pitch. Swing and a drive.
Is working to increase awareness of heart disease and its symptoms, and to let you know what you can do to prevent it, like paying attention to your diet, watching your blood pressure, and regular exercise. With a little effort on your part, you have the potential to activate your life. For information about heart disease, call 1-888-HEART.
Ready?
San Antonio has their first lead of the ball game, and they're ahead of the Travs 8-5 on a bases clearing 3-run double by Hunter Brown. So Rick Guttormson comes out to pitch the 8th inning. He replaces Rene Cortez, who pitched a scoreless 6th and 7th, setting down the final 6 batters after a leadoff walk in the 6th. 2 strikeouts, no hits, and Cortez is in line for the win. Guttormson comes on to try for the save. Travs need 3 runs. And ever since the first inning, when the Travs rallied for 4 on 2 homers, they've only scored 1 run. Thompson, a right-handed pitcher at 6'2", 180 pounds. He has saved 17 games, 3 wins, 4 losses. Mathis leads off, and a curve in there for a strike. Mathis 0 for 3. He left a go-ahead run in scoring position with a strikeout in the 5th inning. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Thompson with an earned run average at 4.05. 46 and 2/3 innings, 51 hits, 19 walks, 38 strikeouts. Steps back and lifts the leg. The 0-2 to Mathis, called strike 3. 3 pitches. Right on the outside portion of the plate, not even on the corner. Strikeout number 39 for Thompson. And Mathis remains hitless in the series. 0 for 9, 5 strikeouts. Christian Guerrero stepping in. First pitch, he'll take a ball down and in. Christian has popped out, grounded out, and struck out. Thompson rocks back and a curve outside. 2-0. Two-ball pitch. Swing and a high drive to center field. Back on a T.J. Bond to the fence. He leaps and he brings it in. Oh, nice catch by T.J. Bond. The second out of the inning. And Guerrero, though he hit it a ton, just missed getting it out to dead center field. That might be the Travelers' last gasp here in Game 1. Game 2 will start 25 minutes after the first game. And we'll be kicking it back to the studios. Victor Gutierrez takes a strike. This will be a very disappointing loss if that's the outcome. A 4-0 lead in the first inning, and if it can't hold, the only word you can use is disappointing. Pitch inside to Gutierrez, 1-1. Gutierrez, 1 for 2 with a walk and a single. And there's a strike on the outside edge. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So the Mission's 1 strike away from ending a 5-game losing streak. And here's the pitch. Outside. Not by much. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Joe Saunders versus Chris Key, the pitching matchup in Game 2. A reason to stick around to check out that Double-A debut for Saunders. Gutierrez swings and misses at strike 3, and this game is over. The Mission's a hard-fought, well-deserved 8-5 victory over the Travs in 8 innings in Game 1 of the doubleheader, and that'll end the Travs' chance for their first sweep of the season. We'll take a break and return with the Allstate Insurance postgame report, and the broadcast returns after this on the Ticket Total Sports 1380.
Game 2 will start approximately 9:36. Stay tuned, Monkey Boys.
We're getting thrown out of the plate. Allstate agents play a similar role to the third base coach. Although they have experience with much more than just home. They can help us.
It's their 11th batter Donier's hit this season. Tyospo swings at the first pitch, and Alberto hits a high drive.
I'll help you understand the coverage options available so you can find the one that's right for you. You deserve a team with big league experience.
Brown is 0 for 3 with the bases loaded.
To get a team with big league experience, just visit your local Allstate agent, call 1-800-ALLSTATE, or click on Allstate.com. Insurance subject to availability and qualifications. Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, both of Illinois.
It started just like fun, you know, socially. A sweet potato here, a churro there. I mean, what's the big deal? Just a few carbohydrates, right? But then the craving started. Crackers, pancakes, toast points, it didn't matter as long as it had carbs. I started ignoring my friends and family unless they just made lasagna. Luckily, that's what my bartender told me about Miller Lite. With half the
cars with Bud Light, you can enjoy a great tasting, less filling beer without having to ride the speed train. Don't let carbs ruin your life. Miller, good call. 12 ounces of Bud Light contains 3.2 grams of carbohydrate.
Go.
Certainly an exciting game in Game 1 of the doubleheader, but also a disappointing outcome as the Travs fall to the San Antonio Missions by the final score of 8-5. And let's take a look at tonight's Allstate Insurance postgame report in Game 1. Travs got ahead of the Missions early in the first inning as Juan Done struggled, hitting Rudy Gomez, the first batter, and then Alberto Callaspo coming up to give the crowd a reason to cheer early. It's the 11th batter Donye's hit this season. Callaspo swings at the first pitch, and Alberto hits a high drive deep to right field, and it's going to get out of here. A home run for Alberto Callaspo. The fireworks would continue, and as after Nick Gourneau took a walk, Derek Gibson strides to the plate. Last night, Gibson was 1 for 4 with a double and a run scored. Gourneau at first, a good lead. 2-ball pitch, and Gibson shoots it deep to left field. You can kiss it goodbye. Home run number 4 for Gibson, and that put the Travs ahead 4-0. Looked like they might cruise, but San Antonio pecked away at the lead, scoring once in the second inning as T.J. Bond led off with a single, went to second base on a single off Nick Roberts. Roberts walked Luis Oliveros to load the bases, and then Bond scored when Rob Gandolfo grounded into a 6-4-3 double play. Missions brought themselves to within 1 run in the third inning. Roberts walked the leadoff batter Dustin DeLuca, who went to second on a ground out, a wild pitch and an error by the catcher Jeff Mathis later, and that brought DeLuca in for the second run. But then Michael Morse came up with the bases empty and 2 outs in the third to bring San Antonio within 1. Morse right-handed. Roberts goes to work with a fastball, and it's shot high to the gap in right center field. A line drive for a home run. Home run number 2 for Michael Morse, and that brought the Missions to within 1 run of the Arkansas Travelers. The Missions would tie the game in the 4th as Bubella led off with a single, went to second on a sacrifice, and with 2 outs, Traveler killer Eddie Menchaca comes up to the plate. Now a base hit should be able to score him. Gomez had an RBI single last night. 1-ball pitch, swinging a line shot over first base into the right field corner. Base hit, and Elbert will score as he comes around third. Gomez will stay at first base with an RBI single, and that puts the Travs back ahead 5-4. That was the single by Rudy Gomez to put the Travelers ahead 5-4. But Shin-Soo Choo would tie the game in the 5th inning with a home run to right field off of Roberts. Roberts was lifted after the 5th. Trav bats went silent after the reliever Rene Cortez came in. As a matter of fact, the Travs did not have a hit over the final 4 innings of Game 1. We went into the 8th inning when Marco Sullivan had Luis Oliveros reach on a 1-out bloop single to right field. Then he walked Rob Gandolfo in 4 pitches, but returned to retire Menchaca on a fly to left field. That was it for O'Sullivan, as Travs manager Tyrone Boykin wanted to bring in Jonathan Rowenhurst, the left-hander, to face the lefty DeLuca, but DeLuca would chop to the hole at shortstop, and although Callaspo was there to make a backhand play, he was unable to get the out at first, and the bases were loaded for Hunter Brown, who was 1 for 11 in the series until this. Brown is 0 for 3 with the bases loaded this year. And with 2 outs, the fly ball out does nothing. Rowenhurst kicks the pitch. Swing and a drive into left center field. It's going to get to the gap. It might clear the bases. Oliveros and Gandolfo score. Here comes DeLuca around third, and he will score. And it's a 3-run double for Hunter Brown to put the Missions ahead 8-5. And that how is it ended as the Travs went down in order in the 8th inning against Richter Tormson, and San Antonio ends their 5-game losing streak with a come-from-behind 8-5 win in 8 innings in Game 1 of the doubleheader. We'll have the totals coming up next after this break on the Ticket Total Sports 1380.
You'll also want to
After all, nothing runs like a deer. Test drive the John Deere of your choice today at Expo Central, Arkansas.
Hello, Arlen.
Big League Insurance for Life. The home station. Are you in good hands? For more information, visit your local Allstate agent. Call 1-800-ALLSTATE or visit Allstate.com. Allstate, proud sponsor of the 2004 U.S. Olympics. Based on information reported from the Allstate company.
Stand by. Ready. Set. Go.
Back here at Ray Winder Fields, the Travs have fallen to the San Antonio Missions by the score of 8-5 in Game 1 of this doubleheader. And, of course, we got another one coming up. Starting at about 9:36, so we'll give you the totals, and then we'll kick it back to the studios. Totals read San Antonio 8 runs, 14 hits, 2 errors, and 7 runs left on base. The Travs 5 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 5 runners left. The winning pitcher is Rene Cortez. He's 2-4. O'Sullivan, the loss, he's 4-4. And Guttormson saves his 18th of the season. Time of game, 2 hours, 38 minutes. We'll announce the paid attendance in game number 2. Travs fall to 10-20 in the second half, while the Missions get a win, and they're 17-14. Game 2 of the doubleheader comes up at 9:36. We're going to take about a 10-minute break to go find out the lineups, and we'll be back in just a few. Back to the studio for some Sporting News Radio on the Ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Fail.
To our listeners on the internet, this game is not starting at 9:36. Keep it tuned here because we're going to play it, so don't worry.
the center fielder, number 16, Tommy Murphy. Murphy, center field. Starting pitcher for the Arkansas Travelers, number 40, Joe Saunders. Saunders pitching.
And back at Ray Winder Field as we get set for Game 2 of our doubleheader between the Travelers and the San Antonio Missions. And the Travelers will look to rebound after an 8-5 loss in extra innings, 8 innings in Game 1. Of course, we usually play 7. Let's get to the starting lineups for Game 2 with Joe Saunders warming up in the bullpen. We're going to start this game probably about maybe 8, 9, maybe 10 minutes late. Here's the starting lineup for the Missions. It'll be almost the exact same lineup. They'll have left fielder Dustin DeLucchi leading off with Hunter Brown batting second at third base. Shin-Soo Choo hits third. He'll be in right field with Michael Morse cleaning up as the shortstop. T.J. Bond batting fifth in center field. Luis Olivares in the sixth hole as the catcher. Jamie Bubella is seventh. He's the designated hitter. Rob Gandolfo, eighth hitter, is the second baseman. Eddie Menchaca will bat ninth, and Chaca at first base. Lineup for the Travs quite a bit different, with Rudy Gomez once again leading off at third base. Batting second, the shortstop Alberto Callaspo. It's the three-hitter Nick Gorno in right field. Derek Gibson, the cleanup batter, is the designated hitter. Mike Elward hitting fifth at first base. Victor Gutierrez slides up a spot to number 6. He'll be at second. Carlos Duncan starts in left field, bats seventh. Brent Delquiar, the number 8 hitter, will catch. Batting ninth, the Travs center fielder Tommy Murphy. Joe Saunders makes his Double-A debut for the Travs. He was 9-7 with a 3.41 ERA at Rancho Cucamonga. Chris Key, another left-hander on the mound for the Missions. His record 3-2 with a 4.78 earned run average. This will be the first time that the Travs have one of the Angels' first-round picks on the mound for them. Casey Kochman was the last first-round pick to play for the Travelers during the portion of this year in April and May. Well, of course, Casey was a first baseman. Now we get a look at possibly one of the future starting pitchers for the Anaheim Angels, Joe Saunders, who was selected 12th overall in the 2002 draft out of Virginia Tech University. Saunders is 23 years old with a very good fastball touching the low 90s. Also has a very good changeup, a curveball as well. And Saunders makes his Double-A debut in Game 2 of our doubleheader at Ray Winder Field. He slowly begins to walk down from the right field bullpen. Started to warm up a little bit late, but let's give Joe the benefit of the doubt. He's making his Double-A debut. Might be a little bit of jitters here and there. Might be a little bit nervous. It's that big step you always hear about from single-A to double-A. And Saunders is about to take that one step here tonight at Ray Winder Field. Travs losing the first game 8-5 to the Missions. That had broken a 5-game losing streak for San Antonio. So hopefully the Travs won't let them get any more momentum in Game 2. This will be the final game between these two teams unless they both make the playoffs and get to the championship series. San Antonio with the win in the first game, clinching the season series, and now 9 games, winning the missions against 7 losses. We've got the first pitch of Game 2 coming up after this break. You're listening to Travelers Baseball on the Ticket, Total Sports 1380.
In center field, Tommy Murphy. In left field, Carlos Elkin. First base, Mike Elwood. Second base, Victor Gutierrez. Shortstop, Alberto Ayasco. Third base, Rudy Gomez. Catcher, Brett Del Chiaro. And your starting pitcher for the Arkansas Travelers, Joe Saunders.
Ready, set, go.
Back here at Raywinder Field, we are just about set for Game 2 of the doubleheader as Joe Saunders is just about finished with his warm-up pitches. Saunders, a good comeback story. You're thinking first-round pick and it's only 2 years later. Comeback? What are you talking about? Well, Saunders missed the entire 2003 season with a tear in his rotator cuff, and for 2003 missed the whole season after a pretty good 2002 campaign where in his first 13 professional starts he went 5-2 with an ERA under just over 3. And so Saunders, who missed all of last year, has recovered, went 9-7 at Single-A Rancho Cucamonga, and here he is just a little bit over 2 years since he was signed, and he's ready to make his first start at Double-A. Dustin DeLucchi will lead off for San Antonio with Hunter Brown and Shin-Soo Choo to follow. Saunders, a 6'2" lefty. He's 200 pounds, 23 years old, from Springfield, Virginia. Now here's his first pitch at Double-A. It's a fastball that missed the outside corner, ball 1. Underway tonight at 9:47 in Game 2 of our doubleheader. DeLucchi finished the opening game 2 for 4. Scored a couple of runs, including the game winner. He'll take ball 2 from Saunders outside. Game time temperature in the nightcap, 63 degrees. That is 19 degrees less than the start of Game 1. 2-ball pitch. DeLucchi squares around and takes a strike. 2-1. DeLucchi's start of the doubleheader, hitting .292. And over the course of this series, he's had himself 4 base hits and scored 2 runs. 2-1 pitch. Swinging a bouncer. Nice play by Saunders. Right on the mound. Flips high to first base. Elwood had to step off. He has plenty of time to step back on the bag, and Saunders gets an out on his first at-bat with the Travs. Nice play. And leap pretty high and stab it on the first base side of the pitcher's mound. Rushed the throw a little bit, but still gets the out. And Hunter Brown steps up. Brown, the hero of Game 1, the BC Powder player of the game for San Antonio. He had been 1 for 11 in the series. The bases clearing double off Jonathan Rowenhurst gave the Missions the win. And the first pitch to Brown, right down the middle for a called strike. Brown finished the doubleheader, 1 for 5. Next pitch inside from Saunders, 1-1. Brown's 3 RBIs, bumping him up to 35 on the season. And it was his first base hit with the bases loaded. Saunders with a kick and a pitch, and a swing and a miss. Actually tipped off the very end of the bat by Brown, and the count is 1-2. Now, we've heard about Saunders' changeup before. It was the pitch that seemed to stand out, and reports I'd read about him out of Virginia Tech. 1-2 pitch, a fastball inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. One away. Brown with a 2-2 count. Chew on deck. Just underway in game 2. Saunders kicks, and his pitch is that changeup. It's down and inside. Del Chiaro had to slide to his left to keep it in front of him. And the count runs full. So a 3-2 count. Saunders walked only 23 batters at single A in 105 2/3 innings. The pitch, swing and a miss, and he strikes out Brown. A high fastball for his first punch out at Double A after 76 strikeouts at single A. Brings up Shin-Soo Choo. Now, Saunders was drafted out of high school in the 5th round by Philadelphia. But deciding to go to college actually made him well over $1 million. Chu will take the first pitch down and outside for a ball. Shin-Soo was 3 for 5 in game 1. He has 5 for 13 in the series. Left-handed batter. Saunders with a 1-ball pitch on the inside corner, called strike 1. Saunders signed for $1.825 million after he was drafted by the Angels 2 Junes ago. Pitch outside and the count 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike to Chu. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Another hard fastball from Joe Saunders. Two pitch to Chu. Swinging a high fly to center. Backing at Murphy. Plenty of room. And that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down for Joe Saunders in his first inning in a Travs uniform. Bottom of the first comes up at Ray Winder Field. And the Travs look to get ahead early. This is the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Organ transplant waiting list. You can help to reduce these numbers by registering to become an organ donor. Call the Arkansas Regional Organ Recovery Agency at 866-660-5433 or visit the Aurora website at www.arora.org to learn more. Become an organ donor. Give hope.
Jackie Robinson was the first African-American to play Major League Baseball. While breaking baseball's color barrier, he faced angry crowds in every stadium. While playing one day in his own stadium in Brooklyn, he committed an error. His own fans began to ridicule him. He stood at second base, humiliated, while the fans did. Then shortstop Lee Reed came over and stood next to him. He put his arm around Jackie Robinson and faced the crowd. Robinson later said that arm around his shoulder saved his career. I'm Mark Evans, pastor of the Church of Rock Creek. Today, take a minute to encourage your friends. It may make their day. For more information about Rock Creek,
Ready? Set. Go.
Chris Key throwing his warm-up pitches down on the mound at Ray Winder Field. A late night for certain. Is just getting into the bottom of the second inning with 6 minutes until 10 o'clock. And it looked earlier today who was for sure if we were actually going to get this one in. All the hard rains that came through the area, but right now, it ain't that bad out here in Little Rock. You know, I gave the game time temperature at the start of this game. It said 63 degrees. It's actually 75. I'd given the weather in Wichita. I'd been checking the weather that was going on in Lawrence Dumont Stadium, because we had not gotten a score out of Lawrence Dumont Stadium for a long time. We'll run through some of the scores from around the Texas League later on in the next couple of innings, and of course a full Southwest Airlines Major League scoreboard. And first, Rudy Gomez steps into the batter's box to face the left-handed pitcher Chris Key. Key makes his 28th appearance, and it's his 8th start. 3 wins, 2 losses, 478 earned run average. Gomez leads off the third baseman. First pitch, he'll take it down the middle for a called strike. Gomez was 1 for 2 in the opening game. Also reached base on a walk. Was hit by a pitch. Scored a run, knocked one home. The 0-1. Low from Key, 1 ball, 1 strike. Key working 69 2/3 innings, 85 hits allowed, 5 homers. The left-hander with a leg kick and the 1-1. Check swing. Gomez takes inside, ball 2. Key has struck out 23 batters against 48 walks. 46 runs, 37 earned runs. He's 6'3", 210 pounds, 27 years old, and Gomez takes ball 3. Here's the 3-1 from the southpaw. And there's a strike on the inside corner, 3-2. Key throws a below-average fastball in the low to mid-80s. Also throws a cut fastball, a changeup, and a split finger. And there's a fastball to Gomez high, and he'll take a base on balls. Rudy Gomez really does seem to have embraced the role of leadoff batter with yet another walk. After 1 walk and a hit batsman last game, and the walk to start off this game, Gomez with 3 walks, actually 4 walks in this series. Plus hit by the pitch as well against Donier in the first inning earlier today. Here's Alberto Callaspo squaring around, and he'll take a first pitch strike. Key out of Reno, Nevada. Played his college ball at San Jose State. Marlins drafted him in the 18th round in 2000. The 0-1, Callaspo sends it foul into the Optimist dugout on a line drive, strike 2. Callaspo hit a home run in the first inning of Game 1, a 2-run shot to right center field. That was as a left-handed batter. But he's in the hole 0-2 against Chris Key. Gomez is short lead at first. A quick pitch from Key. Bounce to second baseman. Gandolfo flips onto Morse for 1 out and onto first base with a relay. Double play. 4-6-3 and a tough one to turn, with Gomez bearing down on the giant shortstop Michael Morse. The 2 outs and the base is empty for Nick Gorneau. Gorneau was hitless in the first game, 0 for 3. Meaning he's now hitless in his last 15 at-bats over 4 games. Right-handed batter. And a first pitch down and in from Key, ball 1. Mentioned Key was selected by the Marlins in the 2000 draft. And this is his first year with the Mariners, and he misses inside to Gorneau. 2 balls, no strikes. Wind up the pitch. Swinging a foul back. Gorneau a little late on the slider. This lineup does not include Jeff Mathis, who gets the second game off. Well, actually not completely off. He'll have to catch in the bullpen. And Christian Guerrero also sits the bench in the nightcap. 2-1 to Nick. Inside, 3-1. After the loss in the first game, Mathis seemed to take it pretty hard. He was sitting in the dugout, almost frozen, in quiet thought, almost frustrating thought. Gorneau fouls one pitch off, and now it's 3-2. Mathis having some real struggles offensively. Hopefully he'll be able to break out of it sometime soon. 3-2 to Gorneau. Swinging a hot shot to second. One bounce to Gandolfo. He makes the play at his belt buckle and throws Gorneau out. And so both teams go scoreless in the first inning. Top of the second coming up at Raywender Field. Arkansas nothing and San Antonio nothing. Here on the ticket, Total Sports 1380.
Brought to you by the Flying Saucer Garden Emporium Metro Flying Saucer Contest. Two contestants, each one on each side of the field. All they have to do is throw the frisbee into the stand. If you catch the frisbee, you keep the frisbee, and you get to the Flying Saucer. All right, here we go! Oh, you didn't catch it on the third base side. Shame on you.
I'm 65. I'm 68. I'm 63. I'm 70. I'm 47. And we all have.
All right. Third base 24, your scorecard.
Nearly twice as many women died
Winning number on page 24 is 34.
killer of women. I'm 57. I'm 49. I'm 38. Baptist Health, Arkansas's premier heart care leader, is working to increase awareness of heart disease and its symptoms, and to let you know what you can do to prevent it, like paying attention to your diet, watching your blood pressure, and regular exercise. With a little effort on your part, you have the potential to add years to your life. For a free brochure about heart disease, call 1-888-BAPTIST or visit our website at baptist-health.com. Baptist Health, all our
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball on the ticket, Total Sports 1380.
Leading off the San Antonio shortstop, Michael Morris.
Joe Saunders back on the mound for the top of the second inning without a score at Raywender Field. Middle third of the order to face Saunders. Michael Morse, T.J. Bond, Luis Oliveros. Saunders going to ground out, a strikeout, and a flyout in the top half of the first. Saunders holds the ball in his glove right in front of his face as he steps back, lifts the leg, and delivers to Morse. And a high line drive to right center field, and that's going to get to the gap, bounces off the fence. This will be a double for Morse as he coasts into second base. Well, Morse really likes to send balls to right center field, opposite field shots. His home run in the third inning of Game 1 went to the very same place. Double number 6 for Morse. And the first base hit off Saunders brings up T.J. Bond, the number 5 batter. Now Bond and Saunders played in the same league to start the season. Saunders appeared in about 3 games with 4 against Inland Empire, the team Bond had been playing with. First pitch, strike down the middle, 0-1 to Bond. Bond spelled B-O-H-N. A tall towhead. And he's out of Otsego, Minnesota. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, a late fastball, and it's 0-2. Bond was 2 for 4 in the opening game. Scored the mission's first run. Later singled. He also lined out to third base. 0-2 count. Saunders with a runner at second, nobody out. Joe's pitch jams Bond and hits off his foot on a foul. Still 0-2. Long pause as Bond gets extra time to make sure that his foot still gets its feeling back. And he walks back up to the plate. Front foot to the front of the plate. Choking up just a bit. 0-2 count to the set position. And Saunders deals. And it jams Bond again. Another foul ball on the ground. No balls, 2 strikes on Bond with Morse at second after his leadoff double. Oliveros on deck, and then Jamie Bubella. Missions pounded out 14 hits in the first game. 0-2. Bond a check swing on a curve. They'll appeal it. Did he go? No. Waters, the third base umpire on the appeal, says he didn't go, and from up here, it looked like the right call. One ball, 2 strikes on Bond. He's taking his time out of the batter's box. And now back in there, Saunders holds the ball in the glove, leaning just a bit towards the plate. He's ready, quietly into the stretch. The 1-2, a changeup grounded towards third base. Rudy Gomez way off the line with a sidearm throw to first, right on the money. Moore stays at second, and the first out of the inning. 2 other games in the 9th inning in the Texas League. Frisco leading Round Rock 3-0 in the top of the 9th. And so if the Express lose that game, and the Missions will remain in first place. Currently they're half a game up. If Round Rock loses this, the San Antonio goes 1 game up, and even if the Travs win the second game, San Antonio will be half a game ahead of the Express going into tomorrow's action. Luis Oliveros, the batter, takes a strike on the inside corner. Right-hander. He was 2 for 2 in the opening game. Reaching base on a walk, a double, a single. Scored 1 run on the triple, on the 3-run double by Hunter Brown. 0-1 count. Oliveros holds the bat on his shoulder. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Wichita leads El Paso 8-1 in the top of the 9th inning at Lawrence Dumont Stadium. And so with the Drillers losing the first game of their doubleheader to Midland 6-1, the Wranglers may tie the Drillers for first place, and Frisco also may tie the Drillers for first. We may have a 3-way tie before the second game in Tulsa is complete. Oliveros stays alive and fouls a pitch off. In the second game at Driller Stadium, Midland leads Tulsa 1-0. Starting pitchers in that second game, Shane Bizzell for the Rockhounds at 8-2. Mike Esposito for the Drillers at 5-5. Travs nothing, Missions nothing. Top 2 here at Ray Winder, game 2. Oliveros back to the plate. Saunders leads the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Next pitch, change up, grounded foul. As the third base coach and manager for San Antonio, Dave Brundage, hit a quick duck underneath. Saunders going to that changeup on 2 strikes. Where does he go the next one? He's ready. The kick, the pitch. Swinging a high fly to right center. And a can of corn for Nick Gorneau. And he makes the catch. Morse will stay at second. Throw comes to Kai Ospo, halfway between second and third. 2 outs. The designated hitter, Jamie Bubella, comes up next. Bubella broke out of a 1 for 16 slump in the opener, going 2 for 4, scoring 1 run. Left-handed batter plays in his 10th game after a torn right ACL kept him out for the first 2.5 months of the season. First pitch, swinging a foul ball high towards the picnic terrace in left field. Out of play, hits the bleachers, and a bevy of kids chase after it. Moore still at second after his leadoff double. Saunders' next pitch. Swinging a line drive to left field. Base hit. Duncan charges. Fields it on a bounce. Here comes Morse around third. The throw is cut off. And the Travs will get Bubella between first and second on a rundown. Elward running him to second tags him out. But Morse has already scored. And Bubella's third base hit of this doubleheader puts the Missions ahead 1-0. But that's it for them here in the second inning. Bottom second coming up 1-0. San Antonio in front. This is the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
When it comes to making their buying decisions, people today let their fingers do the walking through Yellow Book's Yellow Pages. It's no wonder. Yellow Book's packed with money-saving coupons, restaurant menus, and vital community info. And with more apps than ever before, it has everything you need right at your fingertips. It's easy to spot. Just reach for the Yellow directory with the map on the cover. And join the smart shoppers who choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Put your business in Yellow Book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
Ready. Set. Go.
San Antonio ahead 1-0 on an RBI single by Jamie Bubella. Carlos Duncan fielded that throw in left field with plenty of time to fire off a good throw home. He fielded the ball right about a step before Michael Morse touched third base. But his throw home was fairly weak. Didn't have much juice on it. Rudy Gomez cut the throw off and immediately looked to first base, where he noticed he had Bubella caught between first and second. And it looked like a good relay throw home might have had a chance at home. Would have been a risk. A 1 run for San Antonio. And Derek Gibson leads off for the Travs in the second inning. Chris Key offers up a strike on the first pitch. Gibson, Elward, and Gutierrez here in the second against Key. The left-hander's 0-1. Gibson swings and misses on a slider, strike 2. Gibson helped the Travs to a 4-0 lead in the opener in the first inning with a 2-run homer. Rest of the way, Gibson grounded out, walked, and struck out. Key's 0-2. Inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Key is a pretty important part to this Missions pitching staff. First of all, a left-hander can come in situational points of the late innings. 1-2 pitch is low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. But also the fact that Key is a guy that has already made 7 starts this year, so he seems to be the emergency starter for San Antonio in doubleheaders. And also during the middle of the year, he made a few starts in a row. Gibson swings and misses and strikes out. First of the game for Key, his 49th of the season. It's been a while for Key since he last started a game, and the last start came against the Travs. June 18th, he picked up his 3rd win. Hasn't had a decision since then. Beat the Travs 7-5. Allowed 4 runs and 7 hits in 5 2/3 innings. Here's Elward. First pitch, he'll take a strike on the outside corner. Elward was 1 for 2 in the opening game. And a run scored. 0-1 pitch. Called strike 2 right down Broadway. On deck is Victor Gutierrez. Key doing nothing but throwing strikes right now. The 0-2, a changeup grounded past him out toward shortstop. Morse charges in, bobbles it once, twice, 3 times, shoots. And Elwood safe at first on the error. Morse trying to play that ball off to the side once again. Home plate umpire Paul Chandler headed out to the mound, and he wanted to check the ball. Asked Key for the baseball. Turned it around, studied it closely, got to know the ball. And then handed the ball right back to him. Here's Gutierrez. Victor, right-handed batter. First pitch from Key, inside for a ball. The error on Morse is his 7th in 21 games with San Antonio. Next pitch, and Victor fights it off the fists. Foul ball to the right side, strike one. Morse had committed one of 2 errors by the San Antonio infield. In yesterday's 7-1 win, Morse's throwing error led to the Travs' tying run. And although he has looked smooth at times at short, his defense looks to be a little inconsistent. 1-1. Victor swings in another foul ball, this time to the third base dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Missions 1, Travs nothing. Bottom 2, game 2 of the doubleheader. We are off both tomorrow and on Monday. Back to action Tuesday night with the Frisco Rough Riders to town. Key, a high set, and a breaking pitch missed outside. Tried the corner, and I could even see the catcher, Luis Oliveros, catch the ball and then slightly move his glove closer to the plate to influence the decision of Paul Chandler. But Chandler wasn't buying it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at first, Elwood. The pitch, swinging a foul ball past Boykin down the third base line, and it's still 2-2. He takes his time to get the sign. Nods in agreement. Oliveros, the catcher, doesn't give away where he sets up. And Gutierrez, a line drive, caught at third by Hunter Brown. He'll throw to first base and throw it away. Try to double off Elwood, and this will get Elwood to second base. Here comes the throw to second. Elwood's going to be out at second base. Oh, my goodness. How did he get thrown out on a ball that went all the way to the foul fence at first? Menchaca recovered, and maybe that just says Mike Elwood is slow, and I don't think that's news. Good hustle, but the Travs continue to trail 1-0. We go to the third here on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Market decline. And if you're paying over $100 per trade, call now to compare rates. Auctions involve risk of loss. So call now at 800-500-0266 for the free auction seminar. 800-500-0266. That's 800-500-0266.
Hi, Tom Bodette. As more people find their special someone on the internet, Motel6.com is in the matchmaking business too. After all, that's where you'll find Click 6 web bargains. Big discounts at Motel 6 that are only available online. It's how eligible travelers find the deal of their dreams, and we won't even lie about our height. I'm Tom Bodette from Motel6.com. I'm an outdoorsy Pisces who likes long road trips and leaving the light on for you, and a core hotel.
And now with weather on the hour, here's meteorologist Jenna Moran.
Thanks so much, Tom. It looks like the jet stream will usher in temperatures way below normal. Clouds will be with us all this week. No sunshine expected for quite some time. Also, heavyweight bicycles will be in effect. A possibility for downstream and shoreline. There's good news on the way.
What's that?
How to save a bunch of money on car insurance by switching to Geico.
Stand by.
Be with you.
Ready? Set. Go.
Top of the third, 1-0 San Antonio here on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Travs starting pitcher Joe Saunders gave up 1 run on 2 hits in the second inning. Rob Gandolfo, the number 8 batter, leads off. Lefty versus lefty here. Saunders delivers inside for a ball. Eddie Menchaca waits on deck, and then followed by Dustin DeLucchi. Corners coming in as Saunders goes to work with a 1-ball count, and he misses low. Gandolfo was 0 for 3 in the opening game. Scored 1 run. He had walked against O'Sullivan in the 8th inning and scored on the double by Brown. 2-ball pitch. Swinging a shallow fly ball center field. Base hit. A little dunk shot that gets in front of Tommy Murphy. And Rob Gandolfo collects his second hit of the series. 2 for 11. Here's Eddie Menchaca. Menchaca bats 9th. 1 for 4 with an RBI single in the first game. Right-handed. Saunders sets at the belt, and he deals to the plate. Menchaca bunts it, foul on the right side. No balls and a strike to Menchaca, who entered the doubleheader batting .222. Third baseman Gomez continues to play on the grass. Middle infielders will cover towards second. Elwood in front of the runner at first. Here's the pitch. Menchaca squares around again, takes down and inside, 1-1. A large crowd came through the ballpark tonight, 3,264. That's the paid numbers. Just over 2,400 actually came to the park today. 1-1, Menchaca swings and pops it out of play. Strike 2. And as usual, most of the fans leave for the second game. That's just normal no matter where you are. Major league, minor league, doubleheaders. Game 2 usually they're out of here. We do look like we've got a few hundred sticking around. And still the picnic and the Southwest Airlines Terrace continues. Saunders with the 1-2, and Menchaca is hit by the pitch. Got him on his left foot. So Gandolfo heads to second, Menchaca to first. The 2 weakest hitters in the San Antonio lineup are on base for the top of the order.
The fielder, Dustin DeLucchi.
Dustin DeLucchi hit back to the mound in the first inning. And then there's Brown and Shin Soo Choo. Brent Del Chiaro, a chat on the mound with Saunders. Mike Elwood comes over from first base as well. And now Del Chiaro heads behind the plate. Saunders in trouble in the third inning. We'll go to the set position. DeLucchi squares around, pops up the bunt back this way, and that's going to hit the fence right in front of us. Strike 1. We'll get to some scores around the Texas League coming up. Should be a couple other final scores just coming through. Frisco has defeated Round Rock 3-0. 5-hit shutout tossed by the Rough Riders. So that ties them with Tulsa for first place. Gandolfo squares again, takes high and outside, 1-1. Wichita is still leading El Paso 8-1 in the 9th inning at Lawrence Dumont Stadium. Midland won Tulsa 0 in the top of the 6th. Major league scores coming up. 1 ball, 1 strike to DeLucchi. Saunders deals. DeLucchi bunts it down the line at third. It rolls foul for strike 2. In progress in the National League. Colorado 2, Arizona 1 after 4 innings at the Bob. Vinny Castilla hit his 21st home run. Dodgers ahead of San Diego 3-1 in the bottom of the fourth in Los Angeles. Seattle 2, Anaheim 1 in the American League in the bottom of the fourth at Safeco Field. 1-2 pitch to Gandolfo outside. He squared around again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1-0 San Antonio. Top of the third. To the stretch, Saunders checks at second. The pitch. Ball 3 with Gandolfo squaring around once again. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And at second and first base, nobody out. Here's the 3-2, and the runners go. Ball 4. And San Antonio loads the bases with nobody out. Gandolfo a leadoff single. Menchaca hit by a pitch, and DeLucchi walks. And he'd been squaring around to give up his at-bat for a bunt. There goes Kernan Ronan to the pitcher's mound for a chat. Here's some final scores in the National League. Atlanta scores 4 times in the 8th inning to defeat the New York Mets 5-2. John Thompson, the winner, is 8-7. John Smoltz saved his 19th. Braves remain half a game ahead of Philadelphia. The Phillies beat Chicago 4-3 this afternoon. Paul Abbott, the winner, his first win of the season, plus he also knocked 2 runs home. Chicago scored all 3 of their runs on solo homers by Sammy Sosa, Derek Lee, and Aramis Ramirez. Here's Hunter Brown to the plate. He had the big, bases-loaded 3-run double in Game 1 to give the Missions the 8-5 lead, and he'll take a pitch from Saunders low. Brown now 1 for 4 with the bases loaded this season after his 8th inning clutch hit. And he had been behind in the count against Jonathan Rowenhurst, 1-2. 1 ball count. The pitch, swinging a high drive foul down the left field line. And it'll hit the fence by the picnic terrace. Brown's sitting on a fastball, got the pitch he was looking for. 1 ball, 1 strike. Middle infielders want a double play ball. Corners even with the bases. 1-1. Swinging a high fly ball to right field. Gourneau going back. The runner at third base, Gandolfo, will tag. The catch made. The throw goes to third base. And heading into third base is Menchaca. He is out on the play. Nice throw by Gourneau, the right fielder. A perfect peg to third. However, Gandolfo scores, and the Missions get ahead 2-0 on the sac fly.
Right fielder, Shin-Soo Choo.
Brings up Shin-Soo Choo. Choo flied out in the first inning. There goes DeLucchi running, and the pitch fouled off into the third base seat. Strike 1. 2-0 San Antonio. Saunders' next pitch, low and inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Credit Brown with a run batted in, his 4th of the doubleheader. 1-1 to Choo. Swinging a foul back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Shin-Soo Choo. Saunders from the left side looks at DeLucchi and throws over to first to check on it. He gets back in standing up. Traps still looking for their first hit against Chris Key. 3 hits off of Saunders and 2 runs. 1-2 to Choo. High fastball to even the count. Giants over the Cards today 5-3 in 10 innings. Edgardo Alfonso with a 2-run homer in the 10th. Ray King, the loser, his first loss of the year. She will take outside to run it full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Jason Christensen saved the game for the Giants, his second. Marquise Grissom homered for the Giants. Jim Edmonds hit his 24th for St. Louis. Cards remain up on the Cubs by 9 games. Choo swings a high fly to the left field area. Deep, pretty deep. There goes Duncan way back, and that ball is off the wall. That'll score the runner DeLucchi all the way from first base, and Shin-Soo Choo into second with an RBI double. It's a 3-0 San Antonio lead. That ball just seemed to carry and carry the left field. Looked like it hit the top of the Arkansas Federal Credit Union sign. So Shin-Soo Choo knocks in his second of the doubleheader. He'd homered in the 5th inning of Game 1. Michael Morse stepping up. First pitch, swinging a high fly down the right field line. That gets out of play just towards the Travs bullpen. Strike 1 to Morse, who had doubled and scored in the 2nd inning. So the Double-A debut not going in Joe Saunders' favor yet. After a scoreless first inning, Saunders has allowed 3 runs on 4 base hits and still hasn't made it through the 3rd. Choo runs for third base. The pitch inside, throw to third by Del Chiaro, right on the money, and Choo is out. 3rd inning complete, but 2 more runs scored for the Missions. And they're ahead of the Travelers by the score of 3-0. Bottom 3rd coming up on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Nachos are only $1. Nachos only $1. Stand closes in 5 minutes. Get your hot nachos, cheese nachos right now.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer. Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite. Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Yes, I try to like beer that actually tastes like beer. They take these West Philly, Miller Lite. Miller, you know, Miller Brewing Company, the one you know. And only one Chevrolet in Jacksonville. Sales event of the year. Weekend only at Gorky Chevrolet. Video Gorky discounted. Just tell them immediately. Zero interest. Really up to $5,000. Weekend only at Gorky. Only deal for brand new Tahoe. Cavaliers, Malibus, and Malibu. All price blasted. Don't have the deals this weekend only at Gorky Chevrolet in Jacksonville. An American Revolution. Supplied with a credit dealer today. Listen, the crack of the bat, the distant whine of a lawnmower, the sounds of summer. But even when you try to spend as much time outside and out of the kitchen as possible. And when Del Monte can do less speed come into the Del Monte steps up to the plate with a simple, nutritious, meal-time solution. Using 3 steps or less that you can prepare in 20 minutes or less, and they're free. Sounds good? Simple, meal-time solutions that will have you say, hey, I can do that.
Ready? Set. Go.
Leading on the Travelers, left fielder, Carlos Duncan.
Carlos Duncan leads off the 3rd inning for the Travs. It's a 3-0 score with San Antonio in front. Duncan, who has sat out for a few games, last played Tuesday night, going 0-for-2 in Round Rock. This is his 2nd game back from the 15-game suspension. Chris Key has not allowed a base hit. The first pitch, a swing and a miss for a strike. Key has allowed 2 base runners. Gomez walked in the first inning. Elward reached on an error in the second. Both were erased on double plays. 0-1 to Duncan. Downstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. Carlos hitting .265. 2 homers and 16 runs batted in. Key winds with a 1-1. Duncan a swing and a miss out in front of a pitch. 1-2. Brent Del Chiaro is on deck, followed by Tommy Murphy. Key winds and delivers, and Duncan swings and misses at a curve in the dirt. Good block by the catcher Oliveros, and while Duncan evades the tag, he'll be thrown out. Second strikeout for Key. 1 away, and here's Del Chiaro. Back to the Major League scores. Houston defeated Milwaukee 6-3. Tim Redding with the victory. He's 4-6. Brad Lidge saved his 10th. Ben Hendrickson, the losing pitcher, was 0-3. Adam Everett and Jason Lane hit home runs for the Astros. A strike to Del Chiaro. Brent batting .241, 2 homers, and 11 RBIs. He'll swing and miss at a changeup from Key, strike 2. Montreal winners over Florida 6-2. Rocky Biddle picked up the win. And the starting pitcher, Dontrell Willis, the losing pitcher, falls to 7-6. 0-2 to Del Chiaro. Pitch on the way. It's high and outside. Turn back the clock night in Pittsburgh, and wearing the ugliest uniforms possible, the Pirates defeat Cincinnati 14-4, scoring 13 unanswered runs. A pitch low to Del Chiaro, 2-2. As I've heard, the Pirates wore their mix-and-match uniforms with the banana-colored pants and the pinstripe tops. And while those uniforms are disgustingly ugly, it takes you back to the Lumber Company Pirates of the late 70s. 2-2 to Del Chiaro, a check swing. Did he go? No. Ball 3. And the Pirates certainly return to the Lumber Company team with 15 base hits and 14 runs. Jason Bay knocked in 3 for the Bucks. Jose Castillo scored 4 times. Del Chiaro, a hard one-hopper. The nice play by third baseman Brown, and the air mails it over first. Base hit for Del Chiaro. That'll be the first of the game for the Travelers. Tough play for Brown. Even that he got to the ball was impressive. A high throw, and Del Chiaro, the first base hit for the Travs, and brings up Tommy Murphy. Over in the American League, a bench-clearing brawl at Fenway Park, spicing things up, and also a game-winning home run by Bill Miller. 11-10, the Red Sox beat the Yankees. Alex Rodriguez and Jason Varitek were ejected. Murphy chops to third. Brown with a play to second base. 1 out, and Gandolfo throws it away past first. Murphy makes a turn at first base, and he is out. He tried to get back. The throw from the pitcher, Chris Key, backed him up. Murphy made the wrong turn at first base, and another double play, the third in as many innings. The Travelers are finished in the third. We go to the fourth, 3-0 San Antonio. This is the Ticket, Total Sports, 1380.
And now, those watching this card, Big and Chick features a low-carb menu with the same great taste Big and Chick is famous for. Dine in or carry out. For large groups and parties, Big and Chick caters too. Big and Chick, 7824 Highway 107 in Sherwood. Open 10:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday.
You know, home fun with your family is a nut. Whether you're planning a meal before the game or snacks before the game, remember to include milk, cheese, and yogurt in the game plan. 3 servings a day of dairy is the right amount to help keep your body healthy. It's easy. Just look for the 3-a-day logo on your favorite calcium-rich dairy food at your local retailer. For more information, including recipes and coupons, visit www.3aday.org. Have you had your 3 a day today?
The power of speed. Get out today and hit the links. Stone Links. Stone Links Golf Course is rated as one of the best public courses in the state. Sporting beautiful bent grass greens, plus light fairways and tees. Stone Links has matured over the past 3 years into a true test of golf. Stone Links features reasonable green speed and 18 lake-style holes located 1 mile off I-440 on Boston Lake Road.
Ready, set, go.
Three innings completed at Ray Winder in Game 2, and the totals all favoring the San Antonio Missions. San Antonio has scored 3 runs with 4 base hits and 1 error, but the Travelers, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. Travs have hit into 3 double plays, 2 of them not your average double play. Mike Elwood had been off of first base on a line out, and as the third baseman, Hunter Brown, attempted to double him off, the ball got away. First baseman Menchaca was able to recover and throw Elwood out, attempting to get to second. And then last inning, Tommy Murphy hit a possible double play grounder to third base, and while the throw on the relay from second to first got away from the first baseman, Murphy made the wrong turn. Instead of outside of first base, he went inside the bag, and once you make that turn, you are fair game, and he was tagged out. Michael Morse leads off against Joe Saunders here in the 4th inning. Morse doubled and scored in the 2nd inning. First pitch, a high fly ball, can of corn to right field. Gourneau coming in a few steps, and he reaches up. He'll make the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out for Saunders in the 4th. T.J. Bond up next. Bond grounded out in the 2nd inning. First pitch he'll take low, ball 1. Next on the way, swing and a miss. Change up had him in front, strike 1. Three nothing San Antonio. We've got some running commentary from right underneath the crowd microphone. 1-1 pitch, swinging a foul ball over the press box, strike 2. It's always this point in doubleheaders where you can just about hear everything that's said throughout the ballpark. And for some reason, it's just impossible to turn my ear away from it. 1-2 to Bond. Swinging a high fly to right field, very same place, but deeper this time. Gourneau going back to the warning track, and he makes the catch. Ball carried a little bit better. 2 outs, and Oliveros up next.
Regular peanuts, only $1. Stand is closing in 5 minutes. Pick up the peanuts.
Oliveros flat out to right field in the 2nd. 2 outs, top 4, 3-0. San Antonio in front. Saunders hadn't set down the team in order since the 1st inning. Oliveros a high pop-up over towards the third base seats. Out of play. Strike 1. One count on Oliveros. Steps back to the plate. Saunders goes to work, and a fastball missing high. Saunders has a pretty quick, compact pitching motion. Here's his 1-1 pitch, swinging a pop-up on the infield. Right side to the second baseman, Victor Gutierrez will make the catch. 3 up, 3 down for Saunders in the 4th. Nice job. But the Missions still lead the Travs 3-0 as we go to the bottom of the 4th at Ray Winder Field on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Union carpenter maximizes his earning power, gets family insurance, and a pension plan he can count on. Plus, a union carpenter has access to union training, learning new skills and advancing his career. Carpenter, pile driver, floor layers, and millwrights. Join now and start enjoying the benefits. Call the Arkansas Regional Council of Carpenters at 501-568-2500 for more information.
Hey, what are you doing here? White drive me, we're out of Coke. You? Hey, sorry. First one to aisle 5, fight the other. Come on. Yo, Tony Stewart, you jumped the green flag again. Hey, stop throwing cereal boxes at me. Whatever, stop grabbing my car. Walter. Looks like you're buying me that Coke.
NASCAR fans have a one-track mind.
Case of Coke says I think you should register.
Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coke, real.
I am the port in the storm.
I am the line in the sand.
I am the rescuer in the dark.
I am the enforcer of the sea.
I am the defender of the homeland. In the United States Coast Guard and Coast Guard Reserve, you are the first line of defense against threats to our American way of life. To become one of us, call toll-free 1-877-NOW-USCG.
Stand by.
GoCoastGuard.com.
Ready, set, go.
Last of the fourth, and the Travs still looking to get their first man to second base. 3-0 San Antonio in front of Arkansas. Chris Key has allowed 3 base runners, 1 in each inning. He's also had 3 double plays turned behind him. One of them your average 4-6-3 double play, the other 2 a little different. Gomez walked in the first inning and then was out on the front end of Cayaspo's double play. Alberto was on deck, followed by Nick Gourneau. Key checks his fielders, make sure they're in position. Third baseman Brown on the infield grass. Middle infielders pretty deep. First pitch, Gomez will take a strike. Back to the American League final scores, a day-night doubleheader in Cleveland. Indians paced the Kansas City Royals 10-2 in the opener. Here's Keys 0-1. And it's inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Second game, Cleveland needed to come from behind for the win, scoring 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning and a 4-3 win. 1-1 to Gomez. Fastball just missed below the knees, 2-1. Orioles 4-2 winners over the Twins, ending Minnesota's 5-game winning streak. White Sox, the new first-place team in the AL Central, half a game ahead of Minnesota. Gomez takes inside, 3-1. Sidney Ponson, the winner for Baltimore. Jorge Julio saved his 15th. Gomez takes a strike, a full count. Sox 7, Detroit 6. Valentin Canerco and Creedy with home runs. Gomez jammed on a pitch, grounded towards shortstop, but the third baseman Brown cuts it off and throws Gomez out. Carlos Guillen, 2 home runs for the Tigers. Brandon Inge and Marcus Thames also homered. Here's Cayaspo. Cayaspo hit into a double play in the first inning. And he'll swing at the first pitch, a grounder up the middle, but the shortstop Morse fields it in back of second, and he guns to first. A strong arm for out number 2. Up to the plate next, Nick Gourneau, who is still hitless in this series.
Right fielder, Nick Gourneau.
And over the last 5 games, counting today, Gourneau is hitless his last 16 at-bats. Ground out in the first inning to the second baseman. The pitch from Key is down the middle for a strike. Key in a rhythm right now. The lefty deals, Gourneau swings and misses. Key's curveball and had some sharp movement. 0-2 the count on Nick Gorno. Key with 2 strikeouts. The pitch. High fastball. Gorno goes down to one knee. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Sidearm fastball outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Next pitch. Swing and a miss. Off speed, and Gorno strikes out. And the Travs remain scoreless after 4 innings, down in order for the first time in Game 2. 4 innings completed. San Antonio 3, Arkansas nothing. This is Travelers Baseball on the Ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Starting on Tuesday, Wednesday, doubleheader with Frisco on Thursday to make up that long 14-inning rain-out game last week, 2 weeks ago. And then Frisco on Friday. So 5 games with Frisco, then Saturday is a doubleheader, and then Monday and Tuesday. Saturday, Monday, and Tuesday is a close call. And you got the game on Tuesday.
Coming in top for the Rock Party Sandals. From a large variety of men's and women's styles for $49. Remember, top tickets for all your footwear and
Station, this stands for only $3. The first 300 paid adults receive a free outline of this sister who will play the first game. Travis Frisco win at 7-10. He goes out at 6-10.
Ag Pros knows you're patient. You've had your eye on a certain green and yellow tractor for some time now. But here's your thought. Visit your local John Deere dealer for an innocent test drive. That yellow piece of steel that rugged quality. Then run the numbers. You may find the overrated value of a John Deere and overrated the value of patience. After all, nothing runs like a Deere.
Leading off the San Antonio designated hitter, Eddie Bubella.
Very quiet start to this game for the Travs. 3-0 San Antonio in front. Top of the 5th inning. Joe Saunders goes to work against Jamie Bubella. First pitch is fouled back. He tried to bunt his way on. Saunders gave up an RBI single to Bubella in the 2nd inning. Sac fly by Hunter Brown in the 3rd, followed by an RBI double by Shin Soo Choo. Saunders set down the batters in order in the 4th. Bubella swings and a foul ball back to the screen, strike 2. Bubella followed by Rob Gandolfo and Eddie Menchaca. Oh-2 from Saunders. A slider lined to left field for a base hit. Second hit of this game for Bubella, and his 4th of the doubleheader. He is officially out of a slump. Been 1 for 16 before today. Up next is Rob Gandolfo. Gandolfo singled and scored in the 3rd inning. He'll square around and take a strike. San Antonio with a chance to get ahead of Round Rock by a game and a half. The Express were defeated by Frisco 3-0. At the Dell Diamond, John Hudgens a strong start. 6 innings, a shutout ball. Gandolfo squares again and takes pitch outside 1-1. Tim McClaskey was the losing pitcher for Round Rock, allowing 3 runs and 10 hits in 6 innings. Only 5 hits overall for the Express, 12 for Frisco. 3 off the bat of former Mission Mike Curry. Andrew Beinbring scored a couple of runs. Herbert Perry and a Rehab's assignment is 2 for 3 for the Rough Riders with 2 runs batted in. So currently the Mission's lead in the West Division is 1 game. They can make it a game and a half. Gandolfo bunts the 1-1 on the right side of the infield. Saunders makes the play and flips to first base. Retires Gandolfo on the sacrifice bunt, 1-3. Rubel at a second. The Missions will look to take a 4-run lead with the number 9 batter, Eddie Menchaca, followed by Dustin DeLucchi at the top of the order. Menchaca was hit by a pitch in the 3rd inning. Made it to second and was thrown out, attempting to go to third base on a fly to right field. Pitch low for a ball. Saunders certainly laboring in his debut with Arkansas. His 1-0 pitch. Swinging a high fly to left field. Back is Duncan. Plenty of room, and he makes the catch. 2 outs. Back to second is Bubella. Top of the order now, and DeLucchi. DeLucchi walked and scored in the 3rd. Grounded to the mound in the 1st. 3-0 San Antonio, top 5. The traditional 5th inning stretch is next on doubleheaders. DeLucchi takes away for a ball. One ball, the count to DeLucchi. Saunders with a fastball on the inside corner. Strike 1 called. 1-1. Ball and a strike. Saunders ready. The pitch. Another high fastball. 2-1. One pitch is outside, ball 3. Did I just see a young woman sitting behind the third base dugout sign a baseball and toss it into the visiting dugout? Yes, I think I did. Now the fans are signing autographs for the players. A strike to DeLucchi on the outside corner, 3-2. Three and 2 on DeLucchi. Runner at second base, 2 outs. Here's Joe Saunders with a pitch, and it's fouled away. That sounded like it broke something. Saunders trying to get through the 5th and keep the Travs within 3 runs. 3-2 pitch, swinging another foul ball. High out of play on the left side. Count remains full. DeLucchi, a ground out in the 1st, a walk in the 3rd. A pesky, pesky hitter. To the stretch, Saunders. Here's another pitch. Outside, and he loses DeLucchi. Nice at-bat by Dustin. His 2nd walk of the game. Here's Hunter Brown. Brown a strikeout in the first. Sac fly to right field in the third. A stretch in the first pitch to the right-handed batter. A curveball down and inside, 1-0. Out to the mound, Del Chiaro to try to settle Saunders down. This inning started on a Jamie Rubella single to left field. Rob Gandolfo sacrificed into second base. And Chaka flied out, and Delucchi worked a walk after consecutive two-strike foul balls. And now Brown has a 1-0 count to work with. Scott Schneider starts to warm up in the Arkansas bullpen. Saunders comes set. And now to the plate. A fastball for a strike. Brown takes it on the inside edge. 1-1. One ball, one strike. Saunders' next pitch skips in front of the plate and away from Del Chiaro. Rubella to third base. Delucchi to second on the wild pitch. So it's 2-1. First base open. Saunders needs to get this out. The 2-1 is fouled away off the facade of the right field side and bounces away from the fans and back into the first base foul area. Still 2-2. Saunders to the belt. The left-hander deals. Inside. Not by that much. Full count, 3-2. Saunders thought he had himself the final out of the inning on that pitch. Here's the 3-2 to Hunter Brown. Ball 4, missing low. That loads the bases, back-to-back walks. Now there's 3 on for Shin-Soo Choo, and there goes Kernan Ronan out to the mound once again. The Trav's starting pitchers having trouble this doubleheader. Nick Roberts in the first game allowed 5 runs and 9 hits in 5 innings. Saunders has allowed 3 runs on 5 base hits and 3 walks, plus a hit batter. Thing is, Saunders had never walked more than 3 batters in a game at single A. He'll face Shin-Soo Choo with the bases loaded. Choo hit a high fly ball in the 3rd inning, then hit the top of the fence and knocked in Delucchi for the 3rd run. 3-0 San Antonio, and they'll have a chance to break it open here. Saunders is going to pitch from the windup. First pitch high for a ball. And now Saunders goes to the stretch. So the first pitch from the windup, and now he comes set. The 1-0 to Choo. Swinging a chopper down the line at first base. Elward has it behind the bag, and that'll take care of the inning. The Missions leave 3 runners on base, and Saunders pitches out of a jam. Bottom of the 5th coming up here at Ray Winder in Game 2. The Travs down 3-0 here on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
The traditional 5th inning stretch. Are you ready? Stand up. Let's make it sound like there's a
This is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer. Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite. Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less selling Miller Lite. No.
Set. Go.
Leading off the Travelers, designated hitter, Derek Gibson.
Dancing and a singing, jumping and a loving down into the bottom of the 5th inning at Raywinder Field in Game 2 of the doubleheader. 3-0 San Antonio, and the Travs have been held to only one base hit over the first 4 innings. Chris Key will face Derek Gibson. First pitch, swinging a long line drive to left field, and it'll fall in front of Dustin DeLucchi for a base hit. And so the Travs collect their second base hit of the doubleheader, and Gibson on the first pitch of the inning. Now this game has been slowly moving along at a snail's pace. There hasn't been much intensity from either side right now. But I'll tell you what, it's only a 3-run lead. We've seen the Travs score 4 runs on 4 batters, and happened in Game 1 of the doubleheader. And who knows, maybe the Travs can come back. Mike Elward, a ground ball base hit on the first pitch to right field. And so Key has thrown 2 pitches in the 5th inning, and he's given up 2 singles. Well, he gets a tying run to the plate now. Aggressive at-bats here in the 5th for each batter, and now Gutierrez will step up to the plate. Gutierrez hit a hard line drive in the 2nd inning. Third baseman Hunter Brown stabbed it for an out. And there goes the pitching coach, Scott Budner, as the Missions quickly got a pitcher warming up in the bullpen. That's Jared Thomas getting loose. Let's see if that score out at Wichita is a final yet. It had been in the 9th inning, and the scoreboard had said 9th inning for a while. It is a final. Wichita 8, El Paso 4. And Midland sweeps both games from Tulsa. 6-1 in the opener, 1-0 in the second game. And so this is the only game left in the Texas League. Frisco 3, Round Rock 0. Midland 6-1 over Tulsa in Game 1, 1-0 over the Drillers in Game 2. And the Wichita Wranglers double up El Paso 8-4. And that all means that there's a new tie for first place in the East. Frisco and Wichita tied for first place with Tulsa half a game out. Here's Gutierrez. Runners at first and second. Victor lined out in the 2nd inning. First pitch, he shows bunt. Chops it down towards third base. Off the line, Hunter Brown lets Key, the pitcher, take care of it. Victor beats the throw. Gutierrez beats the throw. And the Travs have the bases loaded with nobody out. Bunt by Gutierrez. He forced Hunter Brown and Chris Key to get discombobulated, charging at the same ball to the same spot. And now Carlos Duncan steps to the plate. Bases loaded, down 3-0. First pitch is outside for a ball. Duncan, a strikeout victim in the 3rd inning. Thomas still working in the bullpen. Key with a 1-ball pitch. Duncan swings and misses. One and one to Dunk. 2 homers, 16 RBIs. The pitch is chopped high towards the gap at third base. A nice play by Hunter Brown. Gets the out at second. Relay to first in time. Holy cow. Hunter Brown with a leaping stab of a bouncing ball to the hole at shortstop to start a 5-4-3 double play, but that at least brings home one run. Gibson scores from third base, but the Missions might have just kept themselves in front for good here. Elwood advances to third. No RBI for Duncan, but there'll be a star next to Hunter Brown's name for that play. Brent Del Chiaro is the batter, and he's singled on the infield towards third base in the third inning. First pitch, and Dell hits a soft one-hopper to second, picked up by Gandolfo. The third of first ends the inning. Travs had the bases loaded with nobody out and managed one run on 3 base hits. A runner stranded at third, and after 5 innings, the Travelers get 1 run and trail 3-1 on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. San Antonio ahead of the Arkansas Travelers after 5 innings of play and 2 to go in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Joe Saunders is finished after 5 innings. He's been replaced by Scott Schneider. Schneider comes into the 6th to face Michael Morse, T.J. Bond, and Luis Oliveros. The line on Saunders in his Double-A debut, 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, all earned. He walked 3 batters, hit another, and struck out 1. Also threw a wild pitch.
Only $1.50.
Schneider makes his second appearance of the series. He was the winning pitcher last night after allowing a run to San Antonio. He set down 4 in a row and was recipient of the Travs' 7 runs of offense. 3 wins, 3 losses, a 5.40 ERA. Morse, the leadoff batter, swings and grounds the first pitch. 2 bouncer to Gomez at third base. He winds up, fires across, and retires Morse. 1 away. Brings up T.J. Bond. Some kids cheering here for T.J. Earlier I had heard somebody screaming to him about being a 30th round pick, so somebody listens to the broadcast here. Bond, right-handed, will take the first pitch inside for ball 1. Bond is 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly ball to right field. Jared Thomas continues to warm up in the bullpen. And so he'll probably come out to pitch the 6th inning. Meanwhile, David Gill is warming up in the Arkansas pen. Schneider with a 1-ball pitch to Vaughn. Outside, 2-0. Here's Scott's 2-0 pitch. Fastball popped up out of play. Over towards the seats at third and over the bleachers. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's Schneider with a kick and the pitch. Foul ball out of play right side. Over the interns. Same group of 4 or 5 people been sitting on the benches out past the right field bullpen for pretty much the entire game. Here's the 2-2 to Vaughn. Swinging a fly ball to center field. Murphy into the gap a few feet in right, and he makes the catch. There's 2 outs.
The senior specialty, the sports bubble pins that were $4 and now only 50 cents.
Slowly but surely.
50 cents. Sports bubble pins now available.
Each concession stand and the souvenir stand begin to shut down. Oliveros, the batter, is 0 for 2, and he drives one foul to left field for a strike. San Antonio 3, Arkansas 1. I think some of the fans are waiting for discounted hot dogs. The 0-1. Swinging a grounder to third base. Gomez charges. It goes under his glove. Charge and error to Rudy Gomez.
Baseball fans, last call on PBR. Pass blue ribbon now only a
So Oliveros reaches for the first time in this game.
last call on here. Pass blue ribbon.
On the error by Gomez, his 9th of the season. Here's Bubella, who's got a couple of singles to left field against Saunders. Now facing Schneider. First pitch popped up behind the second baseman. This will be Gutierrez. 2 steps into the outfield to put it away. That's it for the Missions in the 6th inning. They get a runner on base on an error. And that's it for them. 3-1 the Missions lead. Tries to come up in the bottom of the 6th against a new pitcher. Jared Thomas will join the ball game. And this is the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Body health. Just look for the 3-day logo on your favorite calcium dairy food at your local retailer. For more information, including recipes and coupons, visit www.3aday.org. Have you had your 3 a day today? The power of tea. Junior Banana Split. Sonic's got it, others don't. Introducing the new Junior Banana Split from Sonic. It's half the size, but with all the taste. Made with fresh bananas, then smothered with rich chocolate, savory strawberry, and deep pineapple. There you top it off, all for just 99 cents. So come in anytime for the new 99-cent Junior Banana Split at participating Sonic drive-in. And to satisfy your late-night craving, Sonic is open until at least midnight all summer long.
My company is currently going through a transition, and I'm part of that transition. I needed new technology, new ideas for changing markets.
Norman Cookie earned a Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Electronics Engineering Technology in 2002 and
Stand by. Ready. Set. Go.
Jared Thomas comes on for San Antonio into the bottom of the 6th inning. He protects a 3-1 Missions lead. Chris Key in line for the win. He went 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 1 walk. He struck out 2. And now hands the game over to Jared Thomas. One lefty replaces another. This Thomas is 6'3", 220 pounds, 24 years old, out of Grand Blanc, Michigan. He'll face Traveler center fielder Tommy Murphy, who bounced out in the third inning. First pitch, he'll bunt, pop it up, and it's going to get away from the catcher. Oliveira's trying to slide for it in foul territory. His feet were closer to it than his glove was. Strike one. Thomas makes his 20th appearance with the Missions. 4 wins, 1 loss, and a 3.38 earned run average. 11th round pick out of Oakland University in 2002. Murphy takes low, 1 ball, 1 strike. On deck, Rudy Gomez, followed by Alberto Callaspo. Thomas deals a slider for a strike called inside corner. One ball, 2 strikes. Thomas is with 31 against 25 walks in 32 innings. Here's 1-2 to Murphy. A check swing. The pitch was low. 2-2. Only 4 hits for the Travs. They finally broke through on the scoreboard in the 5th inning. Gibson had a leadoff single and came around to score on the double play hit by Carlos Duncan. Murphy swings and a pop-up out of play. Still 2-2. Baseball action tomorrow here on the Ticket Total Sports 1380 with ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented the Yankees and the Red Sox at Fenway Park. Thomas with a 2-2, and Murphy grounds it to the hole at shortstop. Hunter Brown with a play off the line at third. His throw was late. He had bobbled the ball. One way or the other, Murphy's safe, whether it's a hit or an error. And it's been put up as a base hit. Second hit of the doubleheader for Murphy. That'll bring the tying run up. Rudy Gomez. Gomez walked in the first, grounded out in the 4th. Pitch 1, ball 1. Downstairs and a bit inside. David Gill continues to warm in the Travs bullpen down the right field line. Derek Gibson just finished some warm-up exercises out by the bullpen. He jogs in down the right field side. He'll get back to the dugout. He'll be coming up to hit this inning, hopefully. Gomez takes low, ball 2. 3-1 San Antonio. Mission scored in the 2nd, twice in the 3rd off of Joe Saunders, but Joe was able to pitch a scoreless 4th and 5th. And now Gomez, a 2-ball count. Murphy at first. He's a little shifty over there. Thomas to the plate. Gomez takes a strike on a check swing. 2-1. Gomez highly disagreeing with that call. He is shaking his head towards the umpire, Paul Chandler. Two balls, 1 strike. Thomas comes plateward, and a fastball ripped foul off the first base seats, and literally off the first base seats. Ricocheted off of one of the seat backs high in the air and bounced over to the bullpen. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Gomez. Nobody out in the Trav half of the 6th inning. Travs made their move in the 6th inning yesterday. Pickoff moved to first base. Murphy was leaning, and he got back in there. Thomas didn't put his best pickoff move on that play. Otherwise, he might have had Murphy dead to rights. The stretch. The pitch to Rudy. Swinging a drive, but foul. Foul by a few hundred feet. But Rudy put a charge into the ball if we're looking for positives. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Gomez. Both of his home runs have come against the Missions this year. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul ball out of play. He's fouled off 3 consecutive pitches. The count remains 2-2. Thomas has thrown 6 pitches. He comes set. Murphy runs. Gomez takes. Inside throw to second base. Murphy is safe. He steals second. Team leading 16th steal of the year. And now Gomez working on a full count. Olivares threw to second base. And it was late. It wasn't a bad throw. Murphy got a good jump. Gomez takes off his batting helmet. Puts it back on. Steps into the box. Wheels the bat around. A 3-2 count. Thomas deals. Rudy swings. A foul ball right back here. Big gap in left center. T.J. Bond positioned a few steps towards right. They're going to pitch him inside. Here it comes, and it's popped up. Gomez pops up the pitch behind the plate. Over to the first base dugout now, and Olivares one-hands it for the out. Long at bat for the first out of the inning. Here's Cayaspo. Gomez is Cayaspo is 0 for 2 on a double play and a ground ball. He represents the tying run. First pitch, high and outside for a ball. Jared Thomas working slowly, throwing a lot of pitches. His first outing in 3 games. The 1-ball pitch to Alberto, missed high, 2-0. Last outing for Thomas was 3 nights ago at Frisco. Gave up 5 runs in 2 1/3 innings. He's had a rough month with an ERA of 6.39 in 8 appearances this July. 2-0 pitch, strike 1. Cayaspo takes all the way. 2-1. Thomas working his 5th game against the Travs, has not allowed a run in 6 innings. 2-1 to Cayaspo, swinging a foul back, leaned out in front of the plate. And Thomas, even though he came with a fastball, still had Cayaspo leaning. Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch inside, and Cayaspo works a full count. Nick Gorneau on deck, and then Gibson. Timeout call. Cayaspo back in. 1 for 6 in the doubleheader. The 3-2 count. The pitch. Ball 4. And that brings the tying run to the plate. The 26th walk allowed by Jared Thomas. Here comes Gorneau. This would be a perfect time to collect that first hit. Gorneau's strikeout in the 4th inning means he's hitless in his last 17 at-bats. And he represents the tying run. A long look of the sign for Thomas. Still hasn't found that sign. We're almost frozen here. Now he's ready, and he'll step away. The 1 walk for Thomas, 26th of the year. 6th in his last 3 outings, and he steps away again. Thomas again to the stretch. And now the first pitch to Nick, a called strike. Gorneau wanted a swing, but he held back. Travs need some hits from their best hitters. Here's the 0-1. Ball one, down and in. Arno checks his manager, Ty Boykin, to the third base coach's box. Not much for him to say. 1 ball, 1 strike. Thomas ready. The pitch, the runners go. Swing and a miss. The throw goes to second base, and Callaspo is out at second. Murphy to third base. Callaspo pegged by Oliveros at second base. No steal for Murphy. And no longer is the tying run aboard. Now the 1-2 to Nick, inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Gorneau. Comes set, and Thomas comes to the plate. Swing and a miss. Gorneau strikes out. And the Travs have the tying run at the plate. Finish with no runs in the 6th inning, leaving a man at third. And after 6 innings at Raywinter Field in Game 2, the Missions continue to lead at 3-1. This is the ticket, Total Sports 1380.
We'll help you become a better rider. Call 1-800-691-1144.
Air it is unsurpassed. It has stop wetness so odors can't start. No odor, no time, just die.
Hi, Tom Bodette. As more people find their special someone on the internet, Motel6.com is in the matchmaking business too. After all, that's where you'll find quick 6 web bargains. Big discounts at Motel 6 that are only available online. It's how eligible travelers find the deal of their dreams. And we won't even lie about our height. I'm Tom Bodette from Motel 6.
Ready, set, go.
Top 7, 3-1. San Antonio ahead of the Travelers. Rob Gandolfo leads off, and Scott Schneider starts him with a pitch inside for a ball. Eddie Menchaca on deck, followed by Dustin DeLucchi. The pitch outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Gandolfo singled and scored a run in the 3rd inning. Sacrificed his at-bat to bunt a runner up in the 5th. Schneider's 2-ball pitch, swinging a pop fly, shallow left field. This is a call for Alberto Callaspo. And a catch for Callaspo. 1 away to bring up Menchaca. Schneider pitched a scoreless 6th inning. He'll look to give the Travs a chance to come back in the 7th. Derek Gibson will lead off. Mike Elward, Victor Gutierrez to follow. Christian Guerrero and Jeff Mathis on the bench as possible pinch hitters. Menchaca hit by a pitch by Saunders in the third inning. He flied out in the fifth. Schneider winds and deals, and the pitch is jacked into deep left center field. That is going to get over the outfielder's head, and Menchaca coasting into second base with a stand-up double. Now the ball comes from the outfield, and Menchaca at second base with one out for the top of the order. This will bring up Dustin DeLucchi. DeLucchi has been on base twice in Game 2, drawing walks in the third and fifth innings. Scored a run in the third on the double by Shin-Soo Choo. And a left-handed batter, with a runner at second base, Schneider, with a fastball on the outside corner for strike one. Schneider comes set. The 0-1 to DeLucchi. Swinging a foul back. Strike two. Oh, and 2 to count to DeLucchi. Schneider deals. DeLucchi swings and a foul ball. This is where DeLucchi shows his peskiness with 2 strikes. He'll just shorten up and try to foul every single pitch that comes close to the strike zone. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, top 7. Schneider lifts the leg, turns to second base, no throw. Scott ready once again. The pitch. Swinging a high, bouncing ball to Elwood at first. Takes a hop off the lip of the grass. Nice play. Recovered on that. And Schneider covers for the out at first. 3-1 on the play. Menchaca advances to third. That'll bring Hunter Brown, who's knocked in 4 runs in the doubleheader. The game-winning, bases-clearing, 3-run double in the 8th in Game 1. And a sacrifice fly in the third, which drove home what is the go-ahead run, or the winning run, I should say, for San Antonio. First pitch, Brown takes outside. Right-handed batter walked in the 5th inning. The final walk issued by Joe Saunders. Scott's 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mission's ahead by 2 runs. Here's Scott's 1-1 pitch. Missed the outside corner. 2-1. To Brown. Here's the pitch. Ball high. Three balls, 1 strike to Hunter Brown. The runner at third base, Menchaca, and Shin-Soo Choo on deck. Schneider's pitch. Hard grounder towards the hole at third, off the glove of Gomez and into left field. That'll bring home Menchaca from third base. Scored a base hit for the Missions, and it's their 4th run. 4-1 lead for San Antonio. Brown knocking in his 5th of the doubleheader. Gomez took 2 steps to the hole at third. It rolled up his glove. And San Antonio is in position to sweep this doubleheader. Shin-Soo Choo swings on a line drive, base hit to center field. The second goes Brown. Choo with his second hit of the night in the second game, and it's his fifth of the doubleheader.
Shortstop, Michael Morse.
Here's Michael Morse. Morse is 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored. First pitch to Morse, a slider for a called strike. 0-1 to Morse. He homered in game 1. Schneider has 2 outs, a run home, and a pitch inside to back Morse off. 1 ball, 1 strike. At the belt, Schneider. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss, a huge cut by Morse. He does take a mighty wicked swing. One ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs in the 7th. Missions 4, Travelers 1. Schneider deals. Morse fouls it back. Here's another 1-2 pitch. Swinging a chopper to short, charging Cayaspo. He gloves it, throws to Gutierrez for the force out at second. And the Mission settle for 1 run in the 7th inning. Travs will need 3 runs as they trail 4-1 to the last of the 7th on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Like Del Monte Spring Pasta Salad. Simply combine 8 ounces of cooked spiral pasta, 1 can of Del Monte tomato hat, sauce with Caesar dressing, and you've got a quick score. Del Monte steps up to the plate with simple mealtime solutions that will have you saying, hey, I can do that. Look for Del Monte vegetables at your local Harvest Foods. Harvest Foods, an Arkansas company serving Arkansas. He joined the Air Force in 1964 and served in Vietnam. He commanded forces in the far corners of the globe. Rising through the ranks, he served as a 3-star general at the Pentagon. You'd think 30 years of distinguished service would be plenty. But if you're Norman D. Levy, Lieutenant General, retired United States Air Force, that's just the beginning. Today, he's pursuing a new career as Walmart's Vice President of National Government Relations. Norm's journey took him near and far, through Asia, Scandinavia, Europe, the Middle East, and Webster University, where he earned a master's degree that served him well in his career. I'm Bob Thompson, member of the board of Webster University. All Webster campuses around the world share the same belief. Education is more than just a degree. It's real knowledge, real world success.
Ready? Set. Go.
Leading off the Travelers, designated hitter, Derek Gibson.
Derek Gibson up to the plate to lead off for the Travs in their last gasp of the doubleheader, trailing 4-1. Need 3 runs to tie, 4 runs to win. Jared Thomas back on the mound. Gibson swings and misses at the first pitch of the inning. If you've got a rally cap, it's time to turn it around. I've got mine on. Rodney Shomar has his on. Let's put them on, folks. We need it. I'm not one to really believe in that kind of stuff, but, hey, sometimes it works. Gibson takes another strike, 0-2. Now here's the question. If you put your rally cap on and it doesn't work, what are you trying? New style the next time. Here's the 0-2. Skips in front of the plate, ball 1. Or you could just take off that hat, burn it, and try another one. One and 2 to Gibson. He singled and scored in the 5th inning, struck out in the 2nd. The pitch is chopped foul. Usually, and I think just by judging of the few rally caps I see here, you always have to turn it around. Sometimes it involves turning it inside out, wearing it upside down. Gibson takes outside, 2 and 2. Really, it's whatever works. Looking in the Travs dugout, I don't think I see any rally caps. 2-2 to Gibson. Swing and a cue ball off the end of the bat. A slow roller to first. And Chaco scoops it, steps on the base. And there's one away in the 7th inning. Well, we'll try a new form of the rally cap now.
First baseman, Mike Elwood.
We'll see if this one works. Upside down, inside out. Wasn't that a name of a 1980s pop song? Mike Elwood will take a strike. Upside down, inside out. Diana Ross, that's right, she did that. Well, I don't know if rally caps work if they're named after Diana Ross. Here's the 0-1 to Elwood. And it hits him. Fastball high and inside. Might not have been the fastball. Looked like some little slower. And Elwood will walk down the first base line.
Second baseman, Victor.
10th time Mike's been hit by a pitch to lead all Trav batters. And so the rally cap gets us that one base runner. Got another man to the plate. And then the tying runs come up. Here's Gutierrez. Victor lined out in the 2nd, bunted his way onto the 5th to load him up. First offering. Inside. San Antonio 4, Arkansas 1. No one holds Elwood at first base. The pitch, swinging a line drive, base hit to left field, and that will bring the tying run to the plate. Working in the Missions bullpen, right-hander Emiliano Fruto. Carlos Duncan will come up to bat. Del Chiaro is on deck. Duncan, in his first game back since Tuesday, has struck out and hit into a double play. Pitch 1, high, ball 1. Thomas in his 2nd inning work. 1 walk, 1 hit batter, 2 singles. 1-0 pitch. Ball outside. 2-0. I wonder if the Missions will get the closer, Guttormson, warming up. He only pitched 1 inning in the opener. We've got Thomas out there, scuffling a little bit. And Fruto has also had some rough times, warming up. Strike down the middle to Duncan, 2-1. Two homers for Dunk, 16 RBIs. One of those home runs coming against the Missions. 2-1 to Duncan. Swinging a high fly to left field. A can of corn for DeLucchi. Waiting, reaching up, he makes the catch. 2 outs. Brings Del Chiaro. He might be the final batter of a long, long night. Del Chiaro had the Trav's first base hit. An infield single in the 3rd inning. He rolled out in the 5th. Here's the pitch to Del. Ball low. 1-0 to Brent. 2 outs, bottom 7. Thomas ready. The pitch. Ball high. 2-0. Thomas fell behind Duncan 2-0. Still got a fly out to left field. You're in that hitter's count. We talked about it with Derek Gibson in the pregame show. 2-ball count. Look at a fastball and adjust if it's something else. 2-0 pitch. Fastball at the knees. And a called strike. 2-1. Two-one pitch. Strike called. Inside corner. 2-2. Thomas making sure neither of those pitches was right down the middle. Pitcher's pitches. At the knees and on the corners. 2-2 to Del Chiaro. Swing and a miss. Game over. Doubleheader over. Mission sweep it. 4-1 the final score in Game 2. The Missions and the Travelers split this 4-game series. Travs won the first 2 and the Missions sweep a Saturday night at Double Dip. So we'll take a break. We'll come back to talk about it. The totals and the highlights on the Allstate Insurance postgame report on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Doubleheader Saturday, single game on Monday and Tuesday. Thanks for coming out to the Arkansas Travelers. Have a safe ride home.
After all, they're in the big league. Now, Allstate's in the big league, but that doesn't mean you have to pay a lot. In fact, you may be surprised to learn that 7 out of 10 drivers who switch their auto insurance to Allstate said they saved money. And you can always expect great service, even if your Allstate agent happens to pull a hamstring playing softball. Big league insurance for less. That's Allstate stands. Are you in good hands?
For more information, visit your local Allstate agent. Call 1-800-ALLSTATE or click on Allstate.com. Allstate, proud sponsor of the 2004 U.S. Olympic team. Based on information reported by new Allstate customers, insurance subject to availability and qualifications. Allstate Insurance Company and Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey guys, want another beer?
Another what?
Another beer.
I didn't have a beer. Did you have a beer? I don't think so.
Yes, you did. These beers right in front of you. Remember you ordered them from me?
Where? I remember eating the wings. Yeah, the wings were good. Are you sure we drank the beer?
Look, you guys came in, you ate the wings, you drank the beer.
Huh.
Whatever. You guys want another round?
Of what?
Beer.
Yeah, that sounds great. You want a beer? I would love a beer. Next time, try the light beer with the taste you won't forget. Great tasting, less filling, Miller Lite. Miller, good call. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Travs fall to San Antonio in the doubleheader. Both games losing the Missions in Game 1, 8-5. Following the second game, 4-1. Phil Elson here with you on your Allstate Insurance postgame report. Let's get to the recap. Missions got ahead against Joe Saunders in the second inning. Michael Morris with a leadoff double. He would score on Jamie Ubella's first hit, a single to left field. Ubella was thrown out trying to advance to second on the throw home, and the Missions held that 1-0 lead. In the third inning, it was still 1-0 when Rob Gandolfo led off with a single to center. Joe Saunders hit Menchaca with a pitch and then walked to Lukey to load him up. Hunter Brown would hit a sac fly to right field with Menchaca thrown out at third base by Nick Gorneau. On that play, Gandolfo scored, and later on in the inning, Shin-Soo Choo would double off the left field fence to make it 3-0, scoring to Lukey from first base. Travs had 3 base runners in the first 3 innings against Chris Key, but they hit into 3 double plays. Alberto Callas for an average 4.63 double play in the first inning. Mike Elward was a runner at first after reaching on an error in the second. Victor Gutierrez lined out to third base. Elward got back to the bag at first before the throw was there, but the throw got away from the first baseman, and Elward tried to advance to second. He was thrown out, ending that second inning, and then Tommy Murphy made a wrong turn at first base after an ill-advised throw and was tagged out trying to get back to first by the first baseman Menchaca. Travs would get their 1 run in the 5th inning off of Chris Key. Derek Gibson lead off with a single. Mike Elwood singled, and then Victor Gutierrez bunted his way on to load the bases. Looked like the Travs might have what it took to come back, but Carlos Duncan bounced into a 5-4-3 double play on a spectacular start by Hunter Brown, the third baseman, leaping to the hole at shortstop. That brought Gibson home from third base, but it's all the Travs would muster. The Missions would go on to score one more time in the seventh, and Chaka doubled off of Scott Schneider with one out and scored on Hunter Brown's first hit and only hit of the game, of the second game, but Brown finished the doubleheader with 5 runs batted in. The Missions go on for a 4-1 victory in Game 2 of the double dip. We'll have a look at the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard when the Allstate Insurance postgame report continues. Here on the ticket, Total Sports, 1380.
Got it, others don't. Introducing the new Junior Banana Split from Sonic. It's half the size, but with all the taste. Made with fresh bananas, then smothered with rich chocolate, savory strawberry, and tangy pineapple. And of course, cherry to top it off. All for just 99 cents. So come in anytime for the new 99-cent Junior Banana Split at participating Sonic drive-ins. And to satisfy your late-night cravings, Sonic is open until at least midnight all summer long.
Frank, what are you doing here? Wife said me we're out of Coke. You? Sorry. First one, I'll fight the other Coke. Yeah, you're on. Yo, Tony Stewart, you jumped the green flag again. Hey, stop throwing cereal boxes at me. Whatever, stop driving my car. Walter,
Stand by. Ready. Set. Go.
Welcome back to Rawinder Field as we take a look at the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard. The game's all finals in the Texas League, with Midland sweeping a doubleheader from the Tulsa Drillers 6-1 in the first game and 1-0 in the second game. Drew Dickinson, the winning pitcher in Game 1 for Midland, wins his fourth against 10 losses. Homers by John Baker and Steve Jackson. Meanwhile, the second game, a 1-0 shutout for the Midland Rockhounds, a two-hitter tossed by a couple of pitchers, Shane Bazell and Gerald Garcia, combined on the two-hitter. Bazell, the first 5 2/3, allowed both hits. He struck out 3. He picks up his 9th win. Garcia struck out all 4 batters he faced and saved his second. Mike Esposito took the loss, falling to 5 6. The lone run came on a homer by Nelson Cruz, and so Midland sweeps Tulsa in the doubleheader, and that'll drop the Drillers out of first place. They were a game ahead of Wichita and Frisco. Both Frisco and Wichita winners today. Rough Riders shut out Round Rock 3-0 on 5 base hits. John Hudgens went 6 innings of shutout ball, 4 hits allowed. His second win of the season. Eric Burke took it 2 2/3 from there. Ray Beasley struck out the final batter for his second save. Tim McClaskey, the losing pitcher for Round Rock, falls to 5 5. Frisco got 2 runs batted in from designated hitter Herbert Perry on another game on his rehab assignment, and so Frisco gets a half a game ahead of Tulsa, and the Rough Riders are currently tied with Wichita for first place. The Wranglers doubled up in El Paso 8-4. They scored 6 runs in the first 2 innings and held on for a 4-run win. 3 RBIs for Chad Santos. Corey Aldridge went 2 for 5 with 2 doubles. Danny Tamayo, the winning pitcher, held the Diablos to 6 hits over 6 innings. Sergio Lizarraga gave up 6 runs on 9 hits in 3 innings. He falls to 2 8. So with the win by the Missions, the doubleheader sweep by the Missions, and the loss for the Round Rock Express, San Antonio is back ahead of the Express for first place by a game and a half heading into tomorrow's action. Of course, the Missions and the Travs are off tomorrow night. Over to the major leagues, there's just 2 games in progress. The Angels lead Seattle 7-4 in the top of the 8th inning. Rob Quinlan has hit his first home run of the season. Darren Erstad, number 4. Frankie Rodriguez is on in the 7th inning for the Angels as they look to top the Seattle Mariners. San Diego is being crushed. They already were crushed by the Dodgers. We'll get to that final score in a second. Colorado 5, Arizona 2 in the top of the 9th. Looks like the Diamondbacks are on the route to their 13th consecutive loss. Now the finals. Dodgers 10 up on San Diego 12-2 with homers by Juan Encarnacion, Sean Green, and Adrian Beltre. Number 27 for Beltre. Dodgers with the win get on top of the Padres by 4.5 games. Meanwhile, the Giants remain 3.5 games out as San Francisco defeated St. Louis 5-3 in 10 innings. A game-winning homer by Edgardo Alfonso in the top of the 10th came off Ray King. Felix Rodriguez the winner. Jason Christensen saved it. Grissom also homered for the Giants. Jim Edmonds hit number 24 for the Cards. Philadelphia over Chicago 4-3 at Citizens Bank Park. Paul Abbott, the winner, his first win of the season. And he also knocked in a couple of runs for the Phillies, and Tim Morrell saved his 10th. 3 solo homers for the Cubs, Sammy Sosa, Derek Lee, and Aramis Ramirez. Houston, 6-3 winners over Milwaukee, with Tim Redding picking up win number 4. Clark and Overbay, homer for the Brew Crew. Everett and Lane, homer for the Astros. Brad Lidge picked up save number 10. Montreal, 6-2 winners over the Florida Marlins. That'll send the Marlins to remaining them 2.5 games in back of Atlanta. Pittsburgh 14-4 over the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds had a 4-1 lead heading into the 5th inning. The Bucks scored 13 unanswered on turn back the clock night at PNC Park. Jose Castillo scored 4 runs. Barry Larkin, the game's only homer, his 6th. Braves 5-2, scoring 4 in the 4th inning. In the 8th inning, over the New York Mets, and that'll put the Braves still a half game ahead of the Phillies and the Marlins 3.5 out. Games in the American League, it was Cleveland 10, Kansas City 2 in the game that opened a day-night doubleheader, and Cleveland comes back for a win in the bottom of the 9th inning, scoring twice in the second game, and it's Cleveland 4, Kansas City 3, a final score out of Jacobs Field. White Sox 7, Detroit 6. Joe Creedy with an RBI double and a home run as the White Sox take over first place in the American League Central Division. That's because the Minnesota Twins lost at Baltimore 4-2. Miguel Tejada hit his 19th home run. Sidney Ponson won his 5th of the season. Jays over the Devil Rays 4-2 in Toronto. Josh Towers the winner, his 3rd win in a row. Frazier saved his 12th. Oakland 6, Texas 2. 2 homers by Mark Kotze and a strong game by Kirk Sarloos. Chavez homered for the 15th time, and Mark Teixeira hit his 23rd. Wild game in Boston as the Red Sox and the Yankees went down to the final out, and it actually wasn't a final out. It was a home run by Bill Miller, a 2-run shot off of Mariano Rivera, and the Yankees fall to the Red Sox 11-10. Both Alex Rodriguez and Jason Varitek were ejected for a fight, erupted in a bench-clearing brawl, and that'll make tomorrow's game at Fenway Park all that much more interesting. You're now up to date across the majors and the Texas League. On the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard, available online, www.southwest.com. We wrap up the broadcast after this break on the Ticket Total Sports 1380.
Quality. Then run the numbers. You may find you've underrated the value of a John Deere and overrated the value of patience. After all, nothing runs like a Deere. Test drive the John Deere of your choice today at Ag Pro Central Arkansas, 10504 Maumelle Boulevard, North Little Rock.
The third base coach. He doesn't get much attention. You've never heard of a third base coach groupie, have you? But he's vital to the success of the team. His experience and knowledge of the game can mean the difference between scoring a run or getting thrown out at the plate. Allstate agents play a similar role to the third base coach, although they have experience with much more than just home. They can help with auto insurance, life insurance, and your retirement needs as well. And they'll do it without using any crazy signals. They'll help you understand the coverage options available so you can find the one that's right for you. You deserve a team with big league experience. That's Allstate stands. Are you in good hands?
To get a team with big league experience, just visit your local Allstate agent. Call 1-800-ALLSTATE or click on allstate.com. Insurance subject to availability and qualifications. Allstate Insurance Company.
Ready, set, go.
Missions take a doubleheader from the Travs tonight at Raywinder Field. A very impressive outing for San Antonio, especially considering how disappointing their losses must have been to the Travs on Thursday and Friday night. Travs had outscored them 14-1 in the first 2 games of the series. San Antonio answers even after the Travs got ahead 4-0 in the first inning of Game 1. San Antonio fought back for an 8-5 win and win the second game 4-1, and really it never felt like the Travs were in the second game all that much. Wrapping up the broadcast, the final totals in Game 2, the Missions 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. San Antonio 4, leaving 6 runners on base. The Travs 1 run, 6 hits, 1 error, 4 men left on. Winning pitcher Chris Key is 4-2. The losing pitcher Joe Saunders falls in his Double-A debut. The save to Jared Thomas, his first of the year. Time of game, 2 hours and 3 minutes. Paid attendance was 3,200. 64. BC Powder player of the game is Hunter Brown. Finished the game 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. Also a spectacular turn on the front end of a double play. And as a matter of fact, Brown led the offense for the Missions in the doubleheader with the big bases-clearing 3-run double in the opener. Finishes the doubleheader with 5 runs batted in. So Hunter Brown is today's BC Powder player of the game. BC Powder is the official pain reliever of the Arkansas Travelers. BC gets into your system fast, and BC goes to work fast. Headaches, backaches, or muscle pain, nothing works faster than BC. Use as directed. Well, we're off on Sunday and off on Monday as well. 2 well-deserved off days for the Travs. Back to action on Tuesday night against the Frisco Rough Riders. You can always pick up a discount ticket for a Tuesday home game at Ravender Field, and any area Exxon station gets you in just for $3 a piece. And don't forget about tonight, and it is tonight, by the way, as ESPN Radio presents Major League Baseball between the Yankees and the Red Sox tonight at 6:40 for the pregame show. That'll be right here on the ticket, Total Sports 1380. Big thanks back at the studios. A special thank you to Michael Watts and also to Arlen Horn, and to you Traveler fans for sticking in and staying with us for the broadcast tonight. For all of us here at Ravender Field, thank you very much for tuning in once again. Your final scores in the doubleheader: San Antonio wins the first game 8-5, and they end up sweeping the doubleheader. The Missions win the second game 4-1. This is Phil Elson. So long from Ravender Field. We'll be talking baseball again Tuesday night.